I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi nag-represent sa Singapore server sa Free Fire World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FFWS. It is sort of representing PH as well. So when it comes to replaying against them, I know that Farang and Todak is in different level now.
Siyempre maghanda kayo kasi hindi nyo alam may papakita namin sa league stage.
Good luck to each and everyone that qualified, and to those toxic teams that won't help the community. So stop putting trash on someone I love. I will snipe your head.
Go K9! Ow! Ow!
Let's go Team Bloodyheads! Panoorin niyo po kami sa paparating na laban sa Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Suportahan niyo po kami at panoorin na ilaban ng Pilipinas ni Rion.
Hai survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang-sekarang.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi yung nag-represent sa Singapore server sa FIFA World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FFWS. It is sort of representing PH as well. So when it comes to replaying against them, I know that Farang and Todak is in different level now.
Siyempre maghanda kayo kasi hindi nyo alam may papakita namin sa league stage.
Good luck to each and everyone that qualified, and to those toxic teams that won't help the community. So stop putting trash on someone I love. I will snipe your head.
Go K9! Ow! Ow!
Let's go, Team Bloody Heads! Panoorin niyo po kami sa paparating na laban sa Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Suportahan niyo po kami at panoorin na ilaban ng Pilipinas ni Rion.
Hai survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Santa from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Makla from Team Never Stop.
Hi Free Fire fans, I am Roma from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm X-Gun from the Archangels team all the way from Sri Lanka.
I am the team leader who serves as the shot caller and the sniper. I basically use a sniper, but I play at a medium range because it lets me lead the team while supporting them.
I'm the close range rusher. Usually I'm the first in my team to rush in and get us some entry knocks.
I'm the sniper and I am the IGL for the team. My sniper skills are strong and I will always cover my teammates.
I play as a planter for the team. I am playing this role because I am good at explosives and long range headshots.
This is the first time that we are going to play in an official tournament. We will do our best even though there are a lot of teams who already have experience in this tournament.
I'm so happy that we are one of the teams which qualified for the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2 from Sri Lanka.
Sensei always want to play sniper, even though he's a rusher.
Let me think, Sana always like to play with female players than his team.
Specifically the Auto Knockout team. It is one of the most famed and the most experienced teams we are facing in this tournament.
We are looking forward to meeting Team Todak in battle.
We wish them to do their best in the league stage.
This is going to be our first experience in an official Free Fire event. So the other teams better watch out because we are coming for the win. Thank you so much Garena for giving us Sri Lankans the chance to participate in Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2.
Support us. We will not let you down.
សួស្តីនាងខ្ញុំលីសាពួកយើងមកពីក្រុម AKO ខ្មែរតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីក្រុម Diversity Gaming ហើយខ្ញុំមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាទូទៅខ្ញុំជាអ្នកលេងដឹកនាំក្រុមតែម្ដងប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំដាច់ឬក៏ខ្ញុំអ៊ីមលេទៅគឺប៉ាប៉ាគាត់ជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបន្តពីខ្ញុំពីព្រោះអីពួកយើងធ្លាប់លេង tournament ច្រើនជាងសមាជិកធីមផ្សេងៗ
យើងកំណត់តួនាទីរបស់យើងអាស្រ័យលើអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅសមរភូមិពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំនិងហេងនឹងដើរតួនាទី support ហើយ Double B នឹងលេងជាអ្នកបើកមុខនាងខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនទែនដែលបានឡើងមកដល់ FF CS League Stage នេះ
និយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនទែននៅពេលដែលបានជាប់ឡើងមកវគ្គ FSCS ហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកខ្ញុំព្យាយាមច្រើនដងហើយប៉ុន្តែអត់ដែលបានឡើងមកដល់វគ្គហ្នឹងឯងតែឥឡូវបានឡើងមកដល់ហើយ
ធីមដែលពួកយើងចង់កម្ចាត់ចោលហើយចង់ប៉ះខ្លាំងជាងគេគឺធីម ORV Esport
ខ្ញុំគិតថាក្រុមប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីននិងម៉ាឡេពួកគាត់នឹងប៉ះគ្នានៅដើមហ្គេមហើយទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំជាអ្នកប្រមូលផលនៅចុងហ្គេមនិងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ា
ទោះបីការប្រកួត FFCS ជាការប្រកួតដំបូងរបស់ពួកយើងតែសូមកុំប្រហែសជាមួយនឹងក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងវាមិនងាយស្រួលដូចអ្នកគិតឡើយ ORV Esport ខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ក្នុងការកម្ចាត់អ្នក
ទីបំផុតពួកយើងបានឡើងមកលេងជាមួយនឹងក្រុមអន្តរជាតិសាជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតហើយអញ្ចឹងសូមឲ្យធីមផ្សេងជួយធូរដៃឲ្យខ្លះផងឲ្យពួកយើងទទួលបានប៊ឺយ៉ា1 2អីចឹងនិយាយទៅគឺសប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនតើដែលពួកយើងបានឡើងមកលេងវគ្គអន្តរជាតិម្ដងទៀតហើយពួកយើងនឹងខំប្រឹងឲ្យអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពហើយនឹងឲ្យអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងនៅតែបន្តគ្រប់គ្រងពួកយើងទៀត DG for the win
Let's go AKO ខ្មែរសូមអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការតាមដានក្រុមរបស់ពួកយើងដែលតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គ Leg Stake Bye bye
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Okay, belok kiri.
Oh, okey Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi
Ada
dah.
orang lagi.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang. Free Fire
untuk semua. Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support.
It's a beautiful Sunday for Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Today is day number 4. We have passed the halfway point, AJ. My name is Husky, and today we are about to witness the great shuffle where all teams will be swapped around from their groups that we have seen in the first 3 days and embark on a new journey to continue that path to make it the top 12.
Absolutely, man. And all of the teams that have been challenged so far, they have seen nothing yet, right? Because in week 1, they were pretty much dominated by a team called Geek Fam. And in week number 2, they are going to be dominated by the unfortunate shuffle that is going to force them to relearn everything that they have known already from week number 1, on top of the fact that there are already a few monsters in the competition. So for all of the teams that have not really been, I guess, shooting down a lot of people on the battlefield, they really have to step it up today, Husky.
Yeah, on top of that, we also restart the entire marathon thingy where we start with Group A. Today we're playing all 8 matches.
Correct.
For Group B and Group C, we will have to wait until next weekend. But most importantly, we discussed about the possibility of some teams that were in Group C prior to today that might be slotted into Group A and having to play that 8-round slugfest again.
We talked about a might. Unfortunately, it has happened already. Which one is the unlucky team from Group C to hop on into Group A this time round? You guys will see it in a little bit. The most painful thing that could happen is one of the Sri Lankan teams being pushed into Group A. We've seen that, they've not really had the best of runs in the competition so far. A couple of days where we saw them step up their gameplay when it comes to the game of survival. But overall, mechanical capability from the Sri Lankans looks a little bit soft in the competition so far, Ski.
You know what they say, no rest for the wicked. And in this case, I think that is not really wicked per se. It's unfortunate. But again, the shuffle, it was released after day number 3, after the conclusion of the broadcast. But with that being said, you guys just have to sit tight and wait, because we will let you guys know which teams will be slotted into which groups just in a bit. We actually saw the list this morning, and I think it's very exciting to see what it's going to be. And with that being said, without further ado, let's pull up the list of the new groupings. For Group A, Todak, Archangel, No Escape, Farang, AKO Khmer, and Bloody Hit.
And of course for Group B, we've got Watch and Learn, X-Men, Akatsuki, K9 Esports from the Philippines, Never Stop from Sri Lanka, EWG, as well as Diversity Gaming. I love the diverse Group B with all of the regions in there.
And for Group C, just primarily Malaysian teams, Team Princess, Orange Esports, ORV Esports, Anxiety, Axis Esports, and Geek Fam. And of course, some of these teams remain in their respective groups. For example, Bloody Head still stays in Group A. For X-Men Akatsuki and K9 Esports, still in Group B. And for Group C, Orange, ORV, and Anxiety still remain where they are. But I think the shuffle definitely did switch the dynamics up a bit. When we look at Group A, that's where we look at Archangels, who had to play a 8-round exhausting day yesterday, and today they continue that journey to play another 8 matches off of yesterday's abysmal run.
Archangels can do 2 things, right? Number 1, they can prove me wrong. They can prove me wrong by going all out with their aggression and getting those kills alongside their placements. Or Archangels can do me a huge favor and just follow the plan that we have all set for them, which is just to play the game of survival, get into the final circle, and then start engaging. Hopefully that's the change we see from not just Archangels, but from both of the Sri Lankan teams who have most definitely been struggling in the competition so far. And I would like to apply the exact same thoughts for Orange Esports, the one surprising team from Malaysia that have seemed to lose all of its strats as well as mechanical capabilities out there.
Yeah, I think this is a team that has kind of, I wouldn't say lost the plot, but it felt like they have lost control of the situation. And in most of the rounds that they play, it really felt like Orange Esports couldn't find their footing. I guess we can kind of look at Axis Esports to a certain extent and apply that, but I think at least Axis Esports have shown that there are certain situations that they can work with, even though it might not be the most appealing result that we would have liked. But when we look at Group C in general, as we go into the overall standing as well, I think Group C is it's kind of the group of death for me. We have Geek Fam with really heavy hitters, Anxiety, ORV, who has been having a great time, especially yesterday, kind of winning all those rounds. I think Farang also had an incredible day number 3, but they are in Group A. This is the overall standing. If you guys forgot about the score, Geek Fam is still the kings of the group stage at up top, 279 points, followed by Anxiety, and Farang in 3rd place, Todak in 4th, K9 in 5th place, Bloody Head in 6th place, No Escape 7th, EWG 8th place, and ORV capping off at the 9th place.
Axis Esports takes the 10th spot, unfortunately for them. A little bit of a dip in performance in the last couple of days, but it doesn't really matter because it is the second half of the competition's race that we want to focus in on. Watch and Learn in the 11th spot, followed by X-Men Akatsuki in 12th. AK Khmer seems to have dropped a little bit of their pressure in the competition, being pushed down to the 13th slot. 14th slot is taken by the brothers from Cambodia as well. Diversity Gaming with 114 points. And the bottom 4, Team Princess, Never Stop, Orange Esports, as well as Archangels. Now, there is a slight difference here between Team Princess and Orange Esports, who are sitting down at the bottom representing Malaysia, where in Team Princess they've been quite horrible at picking up those placement points. But when it comes to the mechanical capabilities, Team Princess yesterday especially have shown us that they can take on anyone anytime out there and they can get the job done. But survivability into that final circle seems to be a challenge for them at the moment.
Yeah, a very polarizing characteristic from these two teams, right? Team Princess at this point of time, due to the lack of survivability, have yet to get themselves a single booyah. I don't think, in the grand scheme of things, it concerns them too much if we pit them side by side against Orange Esports, simply because, yeah, sure, Orange Esports got that booyah, but it didn't really matter because they went and bombed out for the rest of the day, which in the bigger picture doesn't really amount to anything substantial. Though with this group change, it also brings about the dynamics for those 8-round marathons, where when we look at Group A, Farang is sitting in that group, Todak is also in that group. The 3rd and 4th place teams are ready to play 8 rounds in a row today. And not only am I looking forward to see if they can continue their momentum from yesterday, especially on Farang's end, I want to see how Todak fares against Farang in the long run.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Farang, day 2 was overall the day where they really didn't hit as hard. But I feel like day 3 yesterday, it was their breakout day. And it was most definitely supposed to be a breakout day. It was their day of marathon and they made good use of it, picking up more than 100 points on day 3 in itself to launch themselves up. What, 10 spots?
10 spots, right?
10 spots. That's absolutely insane for anyone to do. From not even qualifying for the grand finals in the 13th place and now being the top 3. That shows the quality of Farang. And we've been highlighting this for quite a while now. The Farang, or they used to be known as Do Easy in the past, they are the same type of team that doesn't usually hit hard during the league stage. But when it comes to the grand finals, when it comes down to do or die moments, they get the job done, right? And we can see them catching up after a lackluster performance on day number 2.
It did take them a while, right? Back in the days when they were Do Easy, I think the very first season that they participated, competitively, they didn't have the best of runs. But the season afterwards, there were some moments where you look at these guys and suddenly they are just winning rounds that you didn't expect them to win. And of course, they were the recent major winners, still under the banner of Do Easy. On the other hand, I think that for Todak, it was a slow start yesterday. They did have a very great round 5, that was the very first round of day 3. It was a complete blowout, and afterwards we still see Todak here and there, but obviously there were moments where it felt like Todak kind of missed their shots every now and then. But with that being said, I think another group that I really want to see the marathon continue is Group C, which is the last day of the group stage, right? That will happen next Sunday. But I want to quickly point that out because we have Geek Fam and Anxiety in the same group, and I think this is literally the ultimate test to see if Anxiety can really stand up against Geek Fam when it comes to 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Garena always keeps this in mind when they divide the groupings, because I don't feel like this is random in any way whatsoever, right? Because the balance between Group A, B, and C seems to be very, very, very well thought out. And the battle between them, like you said, putting Anxiety as well as Geek Fam in the same group, in Group A, will push both teams to the limit. Of course, they do not share the same drop spots, but coming across each other on the battlefield on a random manner obviously can put one or both of them out if their luck is just a little bit, not on their side. Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine, those are the maps that we will obviously be playing, each and every single one of them. It will be on reset for round 2, but like Husky has already mentioned, today is the day of marathon for Group A. Therefore, they face off Group B for the first 4 matches, and then Group C for the final 4.
Yeah. And of course, some teams from Group A have to really buckle up, especially those who were in Group C prior to today. I think that's where it really can become very exhausting, right? 16 consecutive matches competitively is no small feat. I'm not worried for Farang, but I'm definitely worried for teams like Archangels, who has had a very, very slow day yesterday. And I feel like slow is kind of an overstatement to a certain extent because they haven't been able to show up much, right? At the end of the day, they still remain in the last place, just like how they were at the start of the league, and that is something very concerning.
Surprisingly, yesterday was the day where they picked up the most number of points, but at the same time, it was quite disappointing because that was the day of their marathon.
Yes.
So technically, not only should they have picked up more points, which is an expected thing, they should have picked up a massive number of points, like Farang, for example, who did all right in day number 1, a little bit of a dip in performance day number 2, but they really hit hard on day 3 during their marathon run, right? But Archangels, unfortunately, just could not take advantage of the setup, and they were challenged time and time again, getting caught out, spreading out a little bit too open on the battlefield, playing the game of survival, but playing the game of survival individually.
Yes.
And that was, for me, one of the worst strategies that they could have executed out there, because obviously when you come across any of the other teams out there, they will be more than happy to pick off an extra kill point.
Yeah, and even with the revival system, it's not going to guarantee you anything, right? You are just giving away extra points. And with that being said, these are the teams to watch for today, with Anxiety currently in Group C, with Farang currently sitting in Group A, and I believe AKO Khmer is in Group B. So again, a very mixed bag of teams to look out for. But of course, I think Anxiety and Farang are definitely on top of the list simply because of where they are in the overall standings, with Anxiety in 2nd place and Farang catching up pretty closely in 3rd place. They used to be in the same group, they used to be bunk mates, but right now they don't share the same luxury anymore. I think AKO Khmer also had a pretty good run yesterday, pushing themselves up the standings. Of course, the both Cambodian teams are still side by side in terms of the overall leaderboard, but I believe that we are seeing AKO Khmer starting to shine a bit brighter than Diversity Gaming.
Yeah, and what's shocking is AKO Khmer has been able to maintain quite an interesting balance in terms of consistency, right?
Yeah.
Each and every single game, I think they've got about an average of 8 points at the moment. On the day of their marathon, they hit about 60 points.
Yeah.
On days where they only took 4 matches, they got about 30 each. So, although not great in terms of performance, it's good to see a little bit of consistency. At least they're not dropping in performance.
Yeah, actually, it's not too bad, right? I think Do Ming Jun is one of the highlights of that team, but that aside, we got to talk about Anxiety first. Again, LJ, Barbara, Kanoho, Chessman, Toby, and Dyron. Most of the times we see Barbara, Kanoho, Chessman, and Toby playing, and we've talked a lot about their personalities and their functions in the team, right? Especially for Chessman, he is an exceptional player, but it feels like only performs when he gets a specific gun. But once he gets that, Anxiety feels unstoppable.
Yeah.
And we've seen that from Anxiety yesterday. First 2 rounds, a bit slow, and suddenly they just switched online and just ran through every single team, scoring an average, I believe, of 15 kills across most of the rounds, and I think it's a very crazy feat from Anxiety.
I mean, Anxiety obviously is the team to look out for, no doubt whatsoever, but there's one thing that if I could get them to adjust would be how they take all of those early engagements. In all of the rounds where we've seen Anxiety bomb out, they've been hot dropped. And in those initial engagements very early on, for some reason, they are always on the losing end, and they just need to find out exactly why and how they can solve that, because if they can, then they will just be the ultimate team in the competition, no doubt doubt whatsoever. Farang with the lineup of Too Bad, Spade, Jumbal, Jesbu, as well as Bayed. We've seen how bad Too Bad is out there, and I don't mean bad in a bad way, but in an insanely good way, because this guy is the one who usually starts off all of those engagements for Farang, and the follow-up from Spade as well as Jembal usually just seals the deal, right? Jesbu and Bayet, they can just sit back and do nothing, but it's not that sort of a team.
Yep.
Farang is just the kind of squad that you can play any one of these players out there on the battlefield, and they'll still find a way to rise to the top.
Yeah, Farang so far, at least from what we have seen, is a team that commits to what they do, right? It kind of retained the identity before they were called Farang, where if they do something, they do it together. If they die, they go down together. And I think that's a good personality that Farang has brought to the table, and it finally paid off yesterday. So coming into this, again, them going up against Todak, I think that is the head-to-head that is worth looking out for, but also whether Farang can continue that streak from yesterday. Because I think if they do, we will have a first to third place rat race, and I think that is a bit more interesting rather than just having Geek Fam sitting up there and not having to worry about anything.
Yeah, I want to expand a little bit more on your point where they do everything together, right? And one thing that they do really well together is focusing on picking up their players when they are down, instead of focusing on bringing them back on a revival flight. And this is such a huge difference because we can see, for example, a team like Diversity. Usually when they get into an engagement, they leave their player out there to die off, with the confidence that they'll be able to revive them. One big reason as to why Farang always hits back hard is they focus on that revival. First, with the game of numbers, they always overcome their situation, which is quite shocking because they've been able to consistently pull that off, Husky.
Yeah, and of course, this is the team, the up-and-coming one from Cambodia, AKO Khmer, AKO 2H, the baby, Boyloy, Heng, and Du Minjun. I think Du Minjun individually has shown a lot of mechanical prowess, kind of being the rusher and also the top fragger of the team. He does it all. He is the the Mr. Right for AKO Khmer. But obviously yesterday, despite their highlights, we also saw a couple of moments where AKO Khmer got completely mechanically outplayed. Primarily the one against Anxiety, the 1v3 against Konoho. That was an unfortunate event. But in the bigger scheme of things, I think AKO Khmer, if there's one thing that they do better than their Cambodian counterpart, is that they can take those fights and they actually win those fights.
Yeah, once again, they maintain that consistency, unlike Diversity Gaming that has been quite good in picking up points, but not able to maintain their high pressure on all of these other teams. AKO Khmer, although they don't have breakout rounds, they are very, very, very consistent in how they take these matches and are very careful as well. You don't see them getting super excited. You don't see them getting super hyper aggressive out there on the battlefield. Quite calculated, but things don't seem to be going their way because they haven't really fully mastered the capabilities of taking some fights up against these other players in the esports scene just yet. Mechanically, they're not the strongest team, but they can get them. I mean, this is just their debut in the pro scene, and I feel like they're doing fantastic for a team that just jumped into the fray.
Yeah, if anything, I think we also get to see the level of play from that region as well, right?
Yes,
because
correct.
AKO Khmer and Diversity Gaming has not left each other's side on the overall leaderboard. For the first half of the group stage. And I think if there's one team that can break through right now, I would have to say AKO Khmer feels like that team, despite Diversity Gaming having a great day one, but that's pretty much it, right? Everything else feels like Diversity Gaming are just doing the same thing over and over again, but there was no adaptation, right? They were trying to still hard drop people, but they're not winning those fights, and that's something I think frustrates you a lot. And when you see it, and AKO Khmer, they're not doing that, and I think that's what benefiting them.
And Diversity Gaming, right? I mean, to the same point that I took for Farang earlier on, where Farang prioritizes picking up their players rather than going in for the revival, Diversity Gaming seems to take for granted their whole revival system. And that puts them in a tough spot all the time because they do not focus on bringing their numbers right back into the play whenever their players are down, right? Which is quite the risky strategy, if you ask me, Husky, because we've seen this time and time again, where especially in the final circle, some teams, they prioritize picking up their players because they want it to be a game of numbers, 2v1 for example, instead of just taking their whole ego chance and walking up there to take the fight. Diversity Gaming, they really need to take a page out of these other players' books because focusing on the revivals hasn't really turned out in their way many a times, right?
Yeah.
As they run away, they try to go in for the revival flight, they get taken down.
Yes.
So that's a GG in terms of a setup, but obviously week number 1 is meant for some of these teams to go out there and make those few mistakes. The adjustments in week number 2, that's the important one. Farang as well as K9 Esports with a hot drop.
Okay.
Superman being taken down quickly, but Payne a response. Double vectors in hand. Should be able to pull things right back to their side. And the player going in for the pickup. And that's the right move coming through from K9 Esports with Jembal going down as well. And this is the point put into an example so well. Focusing on the pickup and not the ego challenge gave Farang the advantage in that fight.
Yeah, and at the same time, Toda has ran into no escape. And a backstab from Peter just gives him an easy kill. Of course, Cass will come in for the exchange. And that's kind of what we expect from Cass, especially when we talk about no escape. But it feels like Toda coming out on top on those trade kills as Exag was able to find Area 7. Finally, Exag actually didn't play yesterday, so debuting today in a very big manner. Let's give Toda that advantage that they need, especially when you have to play that 8 rounds in a row. Cass able to get away in time with the launch pass, keeping no escape in the game.
And Spark gets brought right back into the fray by the players of Toda as the revival platform was just right beside them. And Kaz, as he backs away as the solo player, good decision making coming through from this guy to use that launch pad and reposition. But now being tagged from the back, Kaz might be taken out of the equation here. That shot could have come through from Lera, the one and only player from the side of Archangels at Katulistiwa. But they need to focus on looting up their own area before looking for these extra kills. Sasuke, once again, the Sri Lankans need to just play this as slow as possible.
And you guys can also loot up some of those, the freebies that we're giving away, the giveaway items, in fact. Just remember to claim it by keying in the right giveaway code. It ends at 5:30 p.m. and it's only eligible for those playing on the Singapore server, so do keep that in mind. And there's no limit to it. As long as you key it in, you will be able to redeem one for yourselves.
X-Gun moving up to those high grounds. Kaz continues to reposition, but now he hops on right behind the players of Toda at Observatory. Not so sure exactly what's going on in the mind of Kaz, but this is just a really risky play. Moving on to the very edges of the Observatory, which means that Circle is going to be tagging him first in the next 15 seconds. This guy is going to go for a marathon swim, potentially. Let's see exactly where that brings him a little bit later on. As Jazli joins his team of X-Men Akatsuki right back in here, the players of Never Stop have got their eyes on him, but no one's taken a shot just yet, Husky.
And I do believe it was Never Stop that took out Jazli, so now he gets brought back. It's a good start for Never Stop. And this is kind of an advantage for them, a minor one, in fact, because Jazli would not have any equipment for a while. And we can see that Never Stop, they're taking control of that buy point, but flanked by 2 shots into the head in a row. Santa gets taken out. Sana will be picked back up by Akila. And suddenly the tables have turned in favor of X-Men Akatsuki.
And Never Stop. Early engagement. If they wanted to play passive, they should have gotten out of this compound already. But they double back down. Akila, Sana right above. Let's see exactly how they will respond as the players of Archangels now. As they go in for the move. Akila, opportunity, but he gets knocked down onto the ground. Zenzei follows him up as well. That AC-80 from nowhere. Funan continues to play all of that pressure on the players of Never Stop. Sana, as the final player, jumps to his death as he gets caught halfway down. And X-Men Akatsuki, the perfect revenge instantaneously.
Remember we talked about this yesterday, AJ, the lack of a plan B, right? The initiative from Never Stop. It feels like they never really had the intention to fight, but yet they always put themselves in a situation where they are forced to fight. And this is why teams who are aggressive against Never Stop, they just push them, will most likely win all of their fights because they felt like Never Stop were just disjointed. And this is one of those few scenarios. Toda kind of making that great escape away with their launch pad. There's a revival point, they want to use it, not that they need it. Spark was taken down, but that was early on, I believe, against No Escape. That's the only casualty that they had to deal with temporarily. I'm surprised that Cass is still alive and kicking.
Reminds me of an Indian comedian who used to say, his name is Vadivelu. He used to say, "Yenna pannalum plan panni seiyano." Whatever you want to do, you got to plan it out first. And let's just Never Stop with another engagement with 0 plans behind it. I mean, it's great that they picked off that 1 kill, but what next, right? And unfortunately, what's next was right back to the lobby as usual for the boys. Hopefully we can see them play it a little bit more carefully. Oh, Riptide Rhythm
wow.
got caught out in the open. K9 Esports taken out of the equation now. Right after they performed quite well against Varang earlier on. Surprisingly, they meet a sour end. And AQ Khmer, 4 kills in it so far. They move on from Riverside all the way into Mill to continue their looting process.
That's actually as clean as it can get, right? They lost no one and made really quick work of K9 Esports, especially in these early stages when you don't really have as much resources as you would have in terms of, glue walls and grenades. AQ Khmer took full advantage of that and completely just mopped the floor with K9 Esports. And I think another team that is worth mentioning when we look at Group A is the resident Group A team, which is Bloody Head. I think their interaction with Farang and the likes of Farang and Tolak is going to be very, very entertaining to watch, simply because they bring a completely different dynamic compared to Farang, compared to Toda, who really loves to fight, but Bloody Head, kind of in the middle every once in a while. But so far they have been pretty quiet. Even yesterday, it didn't felt like we saw a lot of them, but they still were able to maintain that standing.
Yeah, Eternal Watch and Learn have been quite consistent, but consistently okay. That's the only problem with the team, right? I mean, they've got their ups, they've got their downs, but just like AQ Khmer, as long as they can keep that pressure up, they are going to be in good standing to fight for the top 12. So no severe underperformance from the squad. The players of Bloody Head, on the other hand, we've seen a dip, unfortunately, Husky, and that was yesterday. Only a mere 29 points picked up from all of the games that they played, which is quite the shocker, because the last time we saw them play 4 games, I think they managed to get, about 60 plus 70 points?
Yeah.
So quite the dip in performance for Bloody Head. So today needs to be a day of adjustment. Let's see how they take these fights. Riptide Rhythm runs through the battlefield, not taking down a single glue wall, but Demon 76 catches Kaloy off with that ice grenade.
Yeah, perfectly done. Kaloy never really had help to work with, and there's actually Shanks providing the cover fire, but unfortunately, you have a lot of glue walls. And X-Boy decides to chip in as well. A straight bullet to Shanks' skull. And I think Bloody Head is done with this. In fact, that time is pretty much done.
Yeah.
Mark trapped in this fortress of glue walls, only with Morgana, I believe, from afar, trying to provide a bit of assistance, but there's nothing much that can be done. I think Watch and Learn have won this, straight off the bat, and even Morgana gets called out. Demon 76 just completes the wipeout.
And Bloody Head, they unfortunately continue their run of underperformance in day 4, as well as it gets stringed along from day number 3. Hopefully things go ahead to change for themselves, but all of you guys can perform well by keying in this code into your phones and picking up the Scorched Trade for yourselves right now. Once again, it's only available for those in the Singapore server, and only, of course, if you redeem this by 5:30 p.m. today.
Very easy thing to do. Just rewind it, take a screenshot. It's plenty of time to do so. You can do it during the break if you feel like you don't want to miss out on any of the action on the screen. So far, we are 9 minutes in and we've already lost 4 teams. Every other team is still, have the full squad. Thanks to Kaz, everyone from No Escape has been revived. A very important moment for No Escape in this round 1, considering that the start that they had, running into Todag and completely getting demolished. Kaz alone was not only able to get out from the territory, but also survive somehow. Not only against Toda, but also against Archangel, who was circling around his perimeter for a very long time. So this guy is a born survivor. And we've been highlighting this guy for, I believe, the entirety of yesterday. And he's still showing that he's the player to watch out for.
Excellent play coming through from Kaz to bring his team members right back into the play. And of course, picking up a couple of mushrooms from the ground to help him recover is going to be a good setup for him. So a little bit of luck on Kaz's side to help him survive a little bit more and tank the damage from the zone. But the rest of his team members, unfortunately, in a sticky situation between 2 squads out there on the battlefield. Eternal Watch and Learn will be looking to chip in a couple of shots in a little bit, but they have to reposition first. Toda and AQ Khmer on the other hand. Big fight for the Cambodians, Yasuke.
This is a very important moment for AQ Khmer. We actually see him taking that bite, and look at all the utilities thrown out. I believe we saw Trimma right there. Pedro immediately dropped the glue wall. But they gotta get rid of that one guy from Todak who is just making rounds around them. Hang getting distracted a bit, and Ames is still somehow going. Now with Blue Zone closing in, AQ commits to keeping Todak at bay. But Sparks breaks through the defenses with a double nade. And Todak again just completely mows down their opposition. AQ Khmer can do nothing against this. And Todak gets 7 kills on the board.
Toda outperforming all the boys of AQ Khmer, and of course this brings us back to the point of mechanical capabilities of the Cambodians, right? Although AQ Khmer has been quite consistent in a good way, it just hasn't been enough when they take on some of these gunfights against the top teams of Malaysia as well as Philippines. You know, they fizzle out quite quickly towards the end. But it's all right. This has just been game number 1 for AQ Khmer. We can expect them to step it up in a little bit. And as long as Group A, runs the marathon in here today, AQ Khmer has got 7 more of those opportunities. Kaz getting involved in a gunfight and will be sprayed down by a good turnaround by Eden77. That 180 was a thing of perfection as they danced around that glue wall. And now with Diversity Gaming picking off what they should have perhaps gotten a little bit earlier, they will, of course, be moving into the next circle with that 1 extra kill point in hand, but nothing much to show for it. The rest of the players of No Escape should be able to bring Kaz right back into the play as they have a buy station right beside them, Husky.
And No Escape having a rough game so far, but of course, Kaz has done a lot of heavy lifting. And that's the reason why, they're still in that top 7 in this round 1. And with most of the teams that we want to watch out for getting knocked out, I think Toda has a really good chance of getting things done and getting that Buyet's kick off the day. Justy actually down, but the rest of X-Men and Kasaki are focusing on going for the rush into EWG. A horrible decision that they have made, and EWG just punished them for it. And flanks the last man alive, just get a knockdown, has the clue what to work with, but EWG has the numbers, and X-Men and Kasaki gets wiped off the face of Bermuda. And a very questionable move from these guys, and of course they had to pay the price for it. Diversity Gaming on the other end gets gunned down by Watch and Learn, but Eden77 is on the run in the crosshairs of Watch and Learn, and they are pelting him with bullets. And I think Diversity Gaming has also been eliminated.
And the surprising thing here is the players of Archangels actually had clear shots towards Diversity Gaming, but it was Watch and Learn, Eternal Watch and Learn from afar that managed to capitalize on that equation, right? And they picked off all of those kills, leaving Archangels now to tank the blue zone to find their reposition in here for those defense, and will be able to pull out a good blue wall as they run through those open fields before they get to their spot. Eastern Wolfgang, on the other hand, now have to get through the players of Toda, and that proves to be a tough one as Toda continues to spray all of them down as quickly as they find them, and of course find the edge of the next circle as well.
11 kills so far for Toda, and this map, number 1, feels to be secured even before it ended. We still have 2 full squads, Todak and Watch and Learn, but speaking about Watch and Learn, Todak has already fired a couple of shots towards them. It's either that or No Escape finally decides to be active in these engagements. But most importantly for Watch and Learn, they have control of the circle, at least for a majority part of it. Yep. But the bad news for them is that Todak is the team that has the most space to wriggle around with. Watch and Learn has to be careful of No Escape, and No Escape has to be careful of Archangels.
Don't Watch and Learn. They have got pretty much the circle as well as the high ground advantage here, so they don't really need to do much. And repositioning isn't going to serve them well at all, and therefore they chip in as the third party between the fight of No Escape as well as Archangels. They want to attack both of these teams up, but unfortunately for them, Archangels finds their defensive perimeter as a lot of cover, not wasting any of their glue walls yet, wasting a little bit of time, waiting for the circle to come on in and force Demon 76 off of his grounds. But then what? The follow-up from this is going to be quite tough here, Husky.
And Todak isn't even involved in this, right? Todak is just watching this happen, and they're just letting nature take its course, because they don't have to worry whether they need to be involved in these engagements or not. Yeah. These teams can take each other out, and Todak will just swoop in for that booyah. It is a very clear-cut situation that they found themselves in, and they are making the exact call that we want them to make. And Archangel now in the crossfires of Watch and Learn, they run into the shooting gallery, and this is just Watch and Learn's buffet as they pick up members from Archangel, and they also do the same to No Escape. Spark Fine decides to pull the trigger, but the circle is in favor of Watch and Learn.
Okay, and now that just opens up the players of Toda to no escape as they try to respond with a little bit of those fires, and Archangels get taken out in the 4th spot, leaving us with only 3 teams. Once again, Eternal Watch and Learn with the best position up there on that high ground. Porter gets knocked down onto the ground. No kills coming through just yet, and a good trade out by taking Venom 96 out of the equation, down onto the ground. Eternal Watch and Learn will be able to execute, but Toda, you did mention that they were playing the game of patience, and they didn't need to get aggressive. Already picking up so many kills in this round, all they now need to do is get into the final circle and pick up the booyah for themselves. iPens is a free kill, so Toda should really not be focusing on this player, but instead finding that circle and their own defensive spot here, Husky.
This is the final push for Todak, the final sprint towards the finishing line. And you can see Spark is making very good, covering very good ground, just throwing down those glue walls, while Watch and Learn are still partially distracted by iPads. And Todak, they've already snuck in. 2 of their members are in the circle already. And they actually have Xax playing from behind as far as he could possibly be, so that he could provide that cover fire for himself. And with that being said, you can see Xax, he is still waiting patiently for the circle to come in. Ames is getting shot at, but Todak, they actually spread out their members. They cover a lot of ground, but they need to win those individual fights, and that's what Todak are always willing to take, always willing to challenge their opponents regardless of who they are, and this is where we see Todak go in for the final push.
Riptide Rhythm was good, but Im's just a little bit too quick to erect yet another glue wall. But the backstab now, too good from the players of Toda. And now, it is such a quick turnaround. It is Toda with that high ground advantage, and Watch and Learn have been eliminated so quickly. What can stop this ravaging Toda from picking up these Wuyas in such a spectacular manner, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I don't know, but that round was just absolute perfection from them, Husky.
And what I tell you, AJ, it felt like this has been telegraphed from the very beginning. When we look at the map state, when we look at where the teams are, Todak knew exactly what to do. Do not need to contest. Watch and Learn has the circle, but we know how to get into it. And you thought that most teams would send the entire squad into the circle. Most teams will take a vehicle and run right in, but not Todak. They spread out all of their members, and they actually have someone wait until the circle closes in before he starts running, and that guy was Xac. He was so patient. He was staying so far away from his team while his teammates were getting shot at by Watch and Learn, and that's how you know that the Todak individually are incredible, and they also know what they should do at that exact moment.
Absolutely, man. I mean, first of all, playing that game of distraction. Second of all, taking away the power position from their opponents, Eternal Watch and Learn. That was the sweetest play of all, right? Because with all of them just focusing on that one player called Ames down on the ground, he was easy picking. Or so they thought. And what they did not focus on were the other 3 players of Toda managing to rotate right behind them, take that backstab, and unfortunately for Eternal Watch and Learn, they just didn't prioritize their kills, right? They didn't prioritize on looking out for all of those players before getting into that engagement. Obviously, that final circle is going to be hot. You don't really have a lot of time to plan, but clearly it wasn't the same case for Toda. Toda had that all squared out even before jumping into that final fight.
Yeah, instead of running into your kill box, we forced you to fight this individually.
Yeah.
And I think Todak is so confident that they can win those individual fights. And Watch and Learn, we saw towards the very end, they realized what Todak were doing, but it was too late. They had to commit to it, and Todak that's won out. Whoever gets the initial pick basically just wins the round, and of course Todak knew they could do it. And I think that there's a lot to be said about Todak, and this is what we expected, right? See, yesterday was a slow day, but I think deep down Todak supporters know that one day did not matter at all, especially when today they have to play that 8 rounds and you start off this strong. I think Todak is looking to reclaim the title of being one of the top contenders.
Yeah, I think they're most definitely on the way to doing that already, right? Such a breakout round in here to also pick up the 12 points from the Booyah is going to put on quite a lot of pressure to all of these other teams. But Eternal Watch and Learn, they had quite a good run in towards that final circle as well. And AQ Khmer, unfortunately for them, they just had to come across Toda on this bridge with nowhere else to run early on.
And I do admire, I do commend AQ Khmer's initiative to stop Todak, right? They know that Todak has to brave that blue zone. They were trying to keep Todak at bay and use that as a pivot, as a leverage against Todak to see if Todak would make any aggressive moves so that they could punish him. But Todak, again, did it well. Spark opened up the entire defense line with that double nade, and it completely shattered AQ Khmer. I think it's nothing on them. It's just Todak being a bit more mechanically sound and was able to pull off that push through that blue zone. But anything else beyond that, it was just a Todak highlight reel. There's nothing much that Watch and Learn could do. But like you said, right, Watch and Learn actually had a pretty good round. 11 kills in second place, bagging themselves 20 points. But Todak started out with 16 kills and a booyah, 28 for these guys.
And here's the shocker in terms of Todak's performance in the competition so far. On day number 1, they picked up a total of 28 points. And now in day 4, with a single match, they have hit they hit 29 points on day number 1.
Right.
And they've gotten just 1 point less in a single game. So Todak most definitely is off to a great start in here. Hopefully they can keep that up for themselves. Eternal Watch and Learn as well. Now this is a team that's not doing great overall on the leaderboards, but it's a good start for the day. Hopefully they can continue climbing up that leaderboard for themselves, because obviously a lot of hungry teams out there on the battlefield. The Eastern Wolves gang with the 10 points in the third spot. No Escape with 10 points as well in the fourth place. And Archangels, although it wasn't really the best of runs for them, they managed to scrape away 7 placement points.
It's the same strategy that you've been highlighting, right? Just survive until the very end, and they were really forced to a spot where they had no choice but to fight, and I think that's where it really it became clearer what their weaknesses are, at least for Archangel and Never Stop, where it's just those gunfights. But prior to that, I think they had everything planned out and they executed it pretty well until that breaking point. Though the race between third and fourth is between Farang and Todak, and this is a complete polarization of what we expect, right? We want to see if Farang can keep that up, but Farang is the first team to get knocked out by K9, and Todak now gains that massive point. And maybe today is the day that they overtake Farang and put Farang in their place.
Unfortunate start for Farang, and K9 Esports just had the better decision making in that initial engagement. Once again, focusing on picking up their own players before going in for the ego challenge. And this is so important, especially in those early moments where you don't really have the best guns, you don't really have the best of, lethals on your side, no grenades whatsoever, and you just have to depend on your own skills. So the game of numbers makes all of that difference, right? And Farang were unfortunate, but that's just round number 1 for them. So a lot of time to bring in those adjustments, you're asking.
And while I want to see how Farang deals with the rest of the rounds, right? If there's anything we learn about this team, is that one bad round is not going to set them back. They had to play 8 rounds yesterday, and sure, some rounds were not pretty, but they still scored 3 booyahs.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's not a big deal to Farang, especially when we talk about hot drops. It's always a 50-50 dice roll. They can drop against Never Stop and still lose 0-4. So it's nothing that I think that they should be too stressed out about. Though going into Kalahari, that's where I think Todak probably will face a bit more of a challenge. Not to say that they are not well within Kalahari, but Farang loves to take the center spot called Refinery. And I want to see how Farang utilize that in their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually Farang, we've seen a lot of teams take the Refinery and move a little bit too late. The circle usually forces them off of those platforms, and we usually see those teams hunted by whoever who's holding down the bottom of that platform, right? But Farang's one of those teams that really understands the mechanics of how to play that high ground advantage really well. And their timing of moving away, looking for their defensive positions, excellent. But, all of those great plays were only shown on day number 3, where Farang had their own marathon run, had their breakout points collection as well in the competition. But if you look at their performance from the other 2 days, it wasn't as convincing for a team that can do a lot out there on the battlefield, which made me think that maybe they are hiding some strats away, right?
Yeah, perhaps that could be the case, right? That could be what Farang was planning all along. Make it to grand finals and then just do it all over again. But with that being said, I think off of round 1, aside from Todak and Farang and Watch and Learn, I think AKO Khmer deserves a special mention as well, despite not being able to get past Todak and got eliminated pretty early on. But we saw how AKO Khmer actually was able to completely decimate K9 Esports. They caught them out in the open. That's one of the breaking points for K9 Esports. But at the same time, you can see how AKO Khmer are willing to take these fights, and they actually had a pretty good plan going into this.
K9 Esports, I have no idea exactly what's happening to the team. Yesterday was an abysmal day for K9 Esports. Yes. I mean, they picked up less than 30 points through all of their matches that they have played. And in here today, it was quite the lucky approach when they saw Farang early on, but they couldn't really sustain out there on the battlefield, already down in numbers. But of course, let's see if or not these teams will be able to change their own fate in here on day number 4 as we hop on into Kalahari. The players of Never Stop They move on out towards the ridge, but unfortunately for them, K9 Esports will be holding on to that exact same compound. So Stone Ridge is going to be quite busy in a little bit, and Archangel's pretty close to all of them as well. With K9 Esports now stuck in between these two Sri Lankan teams, it doesn't really look like it's going to end well for the Filipinos.
Well, at least for Never Stop, they should be pretty safe. You know, it's separated by entire road. Archangel is the one that I'm worried about, just like you said, closer to K9 Esports. And I think K9 Esports have already started shooting at Archangel. Thankfully, Archangel does have cover to work with. So, if anything, they should be safe unless Archangel makes a crucial mistake. That in this environment, I don't think that is possible in any capacity.
Bloodyhead and AKO Khmer both sharing the high tier loot zone, and we see a lot of potential engagements that can break out. But it's all about who remains more patient. It's all about who can loot up more before jumping into some of these gunfights. For all of you, before you jump into your gunfights, make sure you have the Earth M4A1 box, the Scorching Sands on your side, and potentially pick up the beautiful skin for yourselves as well. Claim it right now, take that screenshot, and make sure, even if you don't do it right now, you redeem it before 5:30 p.m. And once again, the redemption code is only available for all of you who are playing under the Singapore server.
Interested to see how Diversity Gaming deals with this, as they do have that bike, so they are making a lot of noise, but at the same time also probably instilling panic in the heads of X-Men and Akatsuki. Dooming Jun actually picks off one of the members from Bloody Head, and perhaps that was the one that was snuffing around the high tier loot zone, so it's an easy kill for AKO Khmer. And Diversity Gaming thus far is continuing this annoying encirclement of X-Men and Akatsuki, just waiting for the moment to pounce. And Yan is going to be the first one to pull the trigger, and Diversity Gaming again just missing the mark. Could have stick the landing, lose 2 members to X-Men Akatsuki.
X-Men Akatsuki with a stellar setup, and now they send Diversity Gaming running for the revival platform, right? The kid as well as his partner King BN splitting up. But with 4v2 here on the side of X-Men Akatsuki, catching up with them isn't going to be too big of an issue at all, especially for Funan, who has got that motorcycle on him, double vectors in his hands, even if he's forced to pick some of these gunfights. Close range combat. Funan taking a little bit too much of risk here. Has to back away, but doesn't do that. Continues to tease up King BN. Knocks him onto the ground. And unfortunately, King BN won't be able to stand right back up. Funan finishes him off. Even with that bike on fire, Funan still went all out there. And X-Men Akatsuki now, the leaders of the kills in this lobby.
Yeah, Funan is showing Diversity Gaming how to actually drive a bike. You run people over with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very unfortunate start for Diversity Gaming, and of course that was the only call that they could have made, which was to run away, go for the revival platform. AKO Khmer now under fire. I think Bloody Hits were not happy with Mark being found out early on by AKO Khmer, but I don't think Bloody Head will want to take this, though they were actually able to bring him back to life. While on the map, we did see the kid just beelining towards the command post. But there's one thing we know, the Bloody Head takes control of command post very early, and they do not let go of the area. So tough luck for the kid. He's not going to get there in time.
High tier loot zone, overlapped by the danger zone. AKO Khmer under a lot of pressure right now. And the players of Bloody Heads, on the other hand, they just back away. And Akela finds Normain. What a takedown. But the other players of K9 Esports, they come in here for a quick revenge. Akela has got the double barrel. Can he finish this off? Ring around the Rosie, in and out of that time turner, and unfortunately gets caught out from the back. Santa opportunity right in front of Pain, but it's a 2-on-1 for Santa as well. And he loses that out. Never Stop had a great start against K9 Esports, but practically do no damage whatsoever because they are right beside the revival platform, and K9 Esports will be unfazed with that encounter.
Worst case scenario for Never Stop, where they just lost the individual fights and they were just trickling in, one by one trickling in into Superman, and Superman just holds down the trigger and just continues shooting at them in the same direction. Though a perfect start, but the ending was very, very ugly for Never Stop. I'm surprised that Akila can just walk up and just get a takedown, but it's a small price to pay for K9 Esports.
Yeah, and I think, it was unfortunate for K9 Esports to lose Normain in that manner, but it was quite lucky as well for the side of Akila and Never Stop that they were able to pick up that one knock. And hopefully that was it's going to help them in some way or other to continue climbing up the leaderboard. Obviously, not too many points from that engagement, and never stop. 2 rounds back to back have been dropped like they are hot. The players of Toda, on the other hand, just moving away from their defensive compound out into the open to continue looting up. Kid brings the rest of the players of Diversity Gaming right back into the fray. Can he do this before time runs out? Because the Archangels as well as Eastern Wolfsgang now straight towards him. Eastern Wolfsgang has got the job to bring in their own players into this matchup as well. So Kid, double vectors, running around. No glue walls erected just yet. Pulls up one, but to the wrong side. Manchai is covered, but Leda all out in the open. Joker should be able to fire at him as well. 4 players now should be shooting down at the player from the side of Diversity Gaming. And thankfully, Archangel spot out Manchai as well. So that bit of distraction helps the Kid survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, Manchai trying to play a bit dirty, but ends up getting a backstep instead. So the Kid, it's a bit of a tenacity and a stroke of luck. Brings the whole team back. But obviously it's a full reset, though. They have to make sure that they don't end up getting spotted by a separate team. And Archangel, on the other end, actually had to add X-Gun down. I think Manchai was able to get that knock. Diversity Gaming, in the meantime, they dropped down into the hands of EWG. So things are not getting any better for these boys from Cambodia.
Manchai. And made in 87. Good grenade coming through. Tags up Joker. Riven trying to provide that flank from the left-hand side, but to no avail. Does manage to knock Roma down successfully. Beautiful takedown. And they get the kill instantaneously. Eastern Wolfsgang, one great grenade, but Joker's not going to get tagged by that just yet. Manchai, as he turns around the corner, Joker might be able to finish him off. It is all depending on who takes that first shot. And Riven continues flanking from that left-hand side. Bonito joins Manchai as well. X-Gun trying to provide the suppressive fire from up top to help Joker out, but Joker's not going anywhere here, Husky.
Yeah, he is completely trapped. He's going to try and make a break for it, though. Slowly but surely, and EWG finally committing to it. There's a spark. Joins the fray from afar. Monito ends up losing his life. Kind of a subtle 3-way fight. Why is he 3-way? But you can see Toda rapidly approaching on that radar. And with Spark getting that initial kill, I think Todak is ready to get some kills under the belt. Joker finally knocked down. K9 also shows up on the map. This is about to be a slugfest.
Just when you thought Todak just saved the backs of Archangels, K9 Esports appear out of nowhere to finish them off up top. And Eastern Wolfsgang still stuck in here. Look at Pedro run through his opponents. Riptide Rhythm takes down the first glue wall. Pedro has to sort out the next one, but unfortunately for him, runs into 2 players at the same time. Spark now back up. Good grenade can sort out these players, but it is only going to be the ice grenade to make them all reposition, and Riven eats up yet another one as well. Spark hasn't really been able to do much except for force Riven off of his position, so opening up that 1v1 now against Sua.
It is very, very important for EWG because they've been able to cripple Toda. And you can see Toda again liking to go for those individual fights. Ames running one way, Twa under fire again. And Sparks has to deal with him in close range to call Sparks wins that with the health advantage. But Jazly now decides to be party number 5. And that's stealing the kill away from Todak. Ames now rushing to save his buddy, but it was a bit too late. Jazly confirms that one as well. Todak down to 2 members, and K9 Esports now on our screens, taking on X-Men Akatsuki as Funan tries to run circles around Blank. But it's no avail. It's 6 kills so far for K9 Esports.
Not sure exactly what X-Men Akatsuki were up to at that point, but K9 Esports thought they were in the best position to flank and take the third-party shots against all of these other players. But X-Men Akatsuki distracting them for a mere second, and that just brings forth the blue zone to all of them to force those repositions come through. Great plays by all of the teams. Just unexpected situations breaking out one after the other. And now high ground held on here by X-Men Akatsuki. Shots from Jazly out into the open, finds absolutely no one. Payne manages to duck behind that huge boulder. And now the players of Eastern Wolfsgang alongside K9 Esports might just take out the players of X-Men Akatsuki. Good grenade coming through from Jan. That ice grenade will force Blank to move away from his defensive position. Flash straight in the face. Blank now, but no capitalization coming through from the other players. K9 Esports have good grounds covered here, Husky.
Oh, they actually see flank thanks to Blank on top of the tent, and of course Unlucky for X-Men Akatsuki. Their only front line has been breached. And I think K9 Esports are ready to go in for the kill. We can see the amount of glue was being dropped down by X-Men Akatsuki, but it's only a matter of time before K9 Esports snuffs them out. And just relentless pressure from K9. Yan, next one to go. X-Men Akatsuki actually still in this round, but maybe not for long. It's the last member, Jasly, finally snuffed out by Todak. A bit of a revenge move, as he was the one who took out Spark. He was the one that caused Pedro to lose his life, but not anymore. Todak brings the rest of the teams back, and X-Men Akatsuki are out.
X-Gun, opportunity to survive as the final member of Archangels as it looks. Can he bring in the rest of his team members? Can he bring his brothers right back in here for those survival plays that we've seen them do in that previous round? It'll all be in the balance. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out by anyone, but the same cannot be said for this final player from the side of Eastern Wolves gang here. Caught between two duo sides of the players of Toda. Ribbon stands no chance and gets spotted out as well, so those shots should be able to take him out of the equation. And off screen, the players of Bloody Heads engage with AKO. Superman and Normain taken out of the equation. Toda strikes down K9 Esports as well. They're taking on so many of these engagements at the same time, and Eastern Wolves gang, through all of that, remain surviving.
Yeah, Toda really trying to push the limits right now. And thanks to Ribbon, Todak's pace is slowed down by a bit, but they managed to break free from that choco and continue running into that save zone. And so far, we haven't seen teams like Farang show up on the map, at least for now. AKO Camille on the other end takes on Bloody Head as this saga between these two teams continue. We see the grenade launcher in the hands of Morgana, so that could be kind of the very important thing, the important weapon that wins them this engagement. But Archangels, meanwhile, gets knocked out by No Escape. Very, very unlucky situation for them to be in. Bloody Head slowly taking control of this compound.
Farang earlier on, I believe they were at Refinery, but that zipline brought them out away from all of those other players who, as you can see, is slowly gathering around those platforms. But they still hold on to a high ground. But the blessing in disguise here, the circle follows the team Farang, which means they're not going to be pressured off of that platform anytime soon. And so they can continue to hold on to that and play the game of pressure on all of these other teams. But the number of kills that they've picked up, that is something that we just do not know of just yet. AKO Khmer, on the other hand, a single kill in hand, and they are stuck in a very tight position here. The players of Bloody Heads trying to take them out of the equation, and to make matters worse, Diversity Gaming and No Escape can chip in from the back.
This is going to be incredibly stressful, as we are 13.5 minutes in, and we still have 9 squads alive. You can see there's just too little space for all these players to play on. No Escape, actually, they are firing at AKO Khmer, so not only did AKO Khmer know where they are, Bloody Head does, and most importantly, Farang is listening into all of this. Farang is actually playing on the lower level, so you have to be very worried about this, and No Escape is oblivious to the situation. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, takes on No Escape. But Era gets an easy knockdown, and Papa should perish to the blue zone as No Escape continues to run and bolt into the circle.
Good plays coming through from the players of Toda, I have to say, continuously putting on
What?
all of the pressure. Era 7 actually knocked halfway through the air down onto the ground. Papa 44 taken out of the equation, but Era 7 has no idea exactly how he got stopped halfway through the air. Boyloy with the double takes Era 7 out of the equation. Smart capitalization coming through from the players of AKO Khmer. Eastern Wolves can get put out of the commission by Toda. No one else out there playing this game as hot as Toda right now. The team has most definitely made a comeback in terms of performance. Ivan, they dance the ring around the rosy. Let it be the time turner for the save, but No Escape gets taken out by the players of DG, and the kid also loses his life, and DG's out of the equation too.
Farang thankfully still have the high ground. Of course, this is the best case scenario for them, at least before the circle closes completely. They'll have all those vantage points to work with. Farang thus far only 3 kills in the back, but the full team is alive. Bloody Head, the next team to make their moves, but they still cannot break free from this choco initiated by AKO Khmer, who are guarding that entrance. And look at where Doomin Jun is. He's just waiting for the members of Bloody Head to leave that building before he exacts some kills onto them. And Farang is watching over all of this, now shooting at Dooming Jun, who is completely unaware where Too Bad is. of course, AKO Khmer will have to scramble to bring their boys back up.
And this is that high ground advantage that we were talking about, how Farang loves to hold and play all of these pressure plays, and they continue to do that. The circle hunting down Farang time and time again. We've talked about how the circle forces people off of the platform, but this circle is encouraging Farang to continue playing all of that high ground advantage. And Farang will gladly take that. Bloody Heads now flying into them. This is Farang's game to win here, Husky, as they continue picking up all of these kills. But also, let us not forget, it's the worst spot to be right after this circle closes in, because if they move a little bit too late, Farang is not going to be able to get the booyah.
And this is why you can see Farang are already starting to spread out. Some of them are heading towards that low ground. They're gatekeeping two teams at once. As Spade was able to find Muskie off screen. Jesbu now sees the members of Toda, Exact and Imps in the same area, holding hands. But because Farang doesn't need to completely evacuate from that area just yet, they can still hold Todak at bay. And look at the situation that Todak is in right now. They have very little wriggle room. One good grenade, one good Riptide Rhythm will end their run. And Spade finally starts to make that rotation. Boiler actually bombs boys with the grenade launcher. Spade steals it away as all the hard work put in by AKO Khmer is getting seemingly picked up by the members of Farang. Jembao eliminates Demon 76, so Watch and Learn is out. And this is the final lap. The circle will completely close in and Farang has the full squad alive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Farang now hopping off of that platform. Very smart move coming through as the circle continues to close. And now down on the ground. Farang! They lose two players to Boiloy. Down on the ground. Can Boiloy now finish this off? Too bad taken down as well. Boiloy is going to town with the players of Farang.
Diversity Gaming has gotten a booyah. AKO Khmer is looking for theirs as well. Cambodia needs to be on the board, but Boiler takes himself out. Not that it matters though. Domin Jun steps out to the equation. And Bloody Head goes out. Farang is spaced against Dooming Jun. Who's gonna go down first? No! AKO Khmer gets knocked out. This is down to the wire. And I think the winner of this round is AKO Khmer nonetheless. Space ticks out half a second before Hang. And AKO Khmer with a stroke of luck and some tactical brilliance finally scores their first booyah.
A very sneaky play by Spade though, I have to say. The guy just playing the game of survival, playing his medkits at the very top of that platform, trying to out-sustain AKO Khmer, but hats off to AKO Khmer with that grenade launcher, made such a huge difference in that final circle. And Spade was lucky that he didn't join the rest of his players down on the lower ground, because he would have gotten grenaded out a little bit early on.
Yeah, and I wonder what the calculation for that was, because I'm pretty sure those two guys ticked out at the same time.
Yeah.
But maybe AKO Khmer just had a bit more of a life force left in them before that happened. Nonetheless, AKO Khmer scores that booyah, a very monumental one for them, at least for Cambodia as a region and for AKO Khmer as a team. All that aggression, all that praise we gave them finally paid off.
Absolutely right. And talk about maintaining consistency and then also being able to reach up and grab a couple of booyahs for yourself. Cambodia is really, really putting their mark in the competition. What we hoped Sri Lanka would be able to do as well, but unfortunately it is not the exact same story there. Never Stop once again got taken out a little bit too early, but talk about the rise of Farang literally up to those higher ground and literally staying there all the way throughout the matchup, right?
Yeah, they couldn't have played that any better. I think Farang did a fantastic job, but you know, it really came down to the last moments. And sure, everything was planned out. You know, they got to the low ground, they were ready to go for that final push. But when you're in that situation, that's where the grenade launcher is pretty deadly. And I think Boiloy, you know, deserves to be given some slack. You know, he took out 3 members of Farang, he wiped out Bloody Head, wiped out Watch and Learn, and decided to blow himself up. You know, go out with a bang. And nonetheless, they still won the round, so they'll take it.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the risks using the grenade launcher in such a tight space. Boiloy found that out in the most unfortunate of manner, because if he didn't get taken out, they would have stood a much better chance in picking up all of those extra kill points. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because luck was on their side. Yeah. Although I thought that Spade nearly outdid them with his medkit meta, it wasn't going to really be that sort of a play that we have serving as the booyah in here today. No Escape, one of the teams that were all right in terms of approach, but just too much of competition in those open grounds a little bit too early. And I believe it was Toda later on that finished them off, Husky.
Yeah, I think Toda will really put to the test this game. They got into the last circle with only 2 members. This was the best case scenario, the best that they could have done, right? Had to tank that blue zone, had to run through all these pillars, and of course they are trying to deal with AKO Khmer, who are basically taken control of the center of the map. So regardless of what Todak do, unless they win a 2v4, that was never going to be a reality. And of course, AKO come here with that Booyah and 9 kills, bags 21 points.
And Farang, of course, with the 17 points in the second place. It's a really, really, really good improvement in comparison to their previous round. Toda picks up 16, and on that note, completely outdoes their own performance that they brought in day number 1, where we saw them pick up a total of 29 points. Just 29 points for a team that has represented Malaysia on the world stage. Obviously does not do the brand any justice whatsoever. So it's good to see them make these adjustments as quickly as they can and jump right back into the competition, looking for the podium finish by the time we get into the grand finals. K9 Esports, 13 points this time around in the 4th spot as they managed to secure 8 kills for themselves. Bloodyhead with the 5th place and 10 points. Now, we got to address this, Bloodyhead. We haven't been focusing on this team a lot, Husky, and it looks like they've been slowly slipping away lower and lower on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's, I think 8 to 12 points, that was the average that Bloodyhead worked with for, I believe the entirety of day 3, and so far today. One thing good is that they will definitely remain where they are.
Yeah.
But it's also it also begs the question: has Bloodyhead capped? Like, what's the situation right now with them? But thankfully, they have 6 more rounds to prove that. So there's a lot more to be unpacked.
Yeah.
In fact, this round, I think a lot of those players were eliminated courtesy of the blue zone because there actually isn't much kills on the board, even for AKO Khmer, who seemingly monopolized the entirety of that safe zone towards the very end of the game.
Yeah.
So you can say that for AKO Khmer all the way to Bloodyhead, they had a pretty decent game. But for everyone else, it was just a very slow game. I say everyone else, but it's actually just never stopped an Archangel.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodyhead really proved themselves on day number 2, right? Because they ran the marathon on day 1. They picked up about 70 plus points. But on day 2, the day where they played only 4 matches, they almost equalized their performance. 60 plus points, close to 70 on day number 2.
Right.
Close to the day of marathon, right? So for a team that could really prove themselves out there with just 4 games, unfortunately today hasn't really been the best of days for the squad.
Maybe you just got to put them in a pressure test.
Maybe.
Just give them 4 games, right? Give them 4 games, and if they score a Booyah, you double the points. I don't know. I feel like that's too much, but you get the idea.
Or maybe we're praising Bloodyheads a little bit too much, and then they seem to be slipping down, right? Because we have seen this team, take that lackadaisical approach in the competition in the past. And then we've seen them really, really focus and get the job done out there on the battlefield. Unfortunately, these past couple of days has not really seen like the best of situations for Bloodyhead, and they are slipping. But now that we've brought it up, hopefully they are listening and they step their gameplays right back up because it's most needed. For a team that was holding on to the top 5 and then slowly slipping down, that's not going to stop because as you can see, all of the other teams, K9 Esports, whoever you want to name it, they're all making a rush now for those top spots.
Yeah. But at least I think the something that's clear right now is that first to 4th place is very tightly contending for a podium finish, right? I think first to 4th is kind of like in a bubble of their own, at least for now, and then the rest are still duking it out, trying to find their ground. Even on the second page, I feel like the race for 12th is still alive, but I did bring this up yesterday where Archangel are in a very, very tough spot because if by the end of today, we don't see them get enough points, then maybe they'll run with a vendor before we even get to the end of the group stage.
Hopefully that is not the case. And obviously, I know I'm asking them to play the game of survival, but it's easier said than done when you are out there going up against so much of quality in the competition. Running around the battlefield gets so much more difficult, right? But as we head into as we head into Purgatory, hopefully Archangels pick up a couple of vehicles for themselves. We've seen this being abused by teams in the past, but in recent times, not so much. I believe, one of those few teams that really used to play the vehicle meta so well for themselves, GeekFam, even they themselves have kind of stepped away from it ever since the vehicles, really dropped in terms of sustainability out there in the battlefield. But it doesn't change how much it changes your capability of maneuvering around that field.
Yeah, I think Geekfam played that a lot. I think Baby Argon back then also loves those vehicles. Blacklist International loves those vehicles as well.
Yeah.
Of course, 2 of those teams aren't playing in the season, though we do see remnants of some of these players scattered around in our current teams. Orin is in Geek Fam, will be playing later on in the last 4 rounds. But we do see some teams who have specific drop spots. They are very uncontested. Never Stop, for example, always, I believe I see them drop Moat House the most.
Yes, correct.
So far, Moat House has been very uncontested. But still, for some reason, they still manage to find themselves in trouble early on. That's something that does concern me. And with this flight path, I think it's a very easy access towards that Moat House. But for teams that like to drop Crossroads, that's where maybe they might think of contesting somewhere around Marlborough Works and also close to Moat House as well. We'll see how that's going to turn out. In fact, Archangel is going northbound. Never Stop on the map just there. I wonder where
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there they are.
So they usually don't, make the full play in towards Moat House, right? They don't, head in towards that tiny little island. They drop towards fields. But this time around, I think you got this spot on Husky. They're flying straight on in. But AQ Khmer might just be hot on their tails. Farang, on the other hand, with an early engagement waiting around the corner. Mark gets put down onto the ground by the one and only flank, and his X-Man Akatsuki with the very first blood. Jembal shuts down Superman. Farang and K9 Esports are back at it once again.
Oh, bloody head off to a very rough start. Or completely getting caught off guard by X-Men Akatsuki because they didn't expect anyone to drop a ski launch with them. It's a very obscure area that Bloody Head is very comfortable with. So the fact that X-Men Akatsuki showed up is a big surprise. And Never Stop actually was able to take down, I believe, 2 members of AQ Khmer as well. And Archangel also joins the fight. So AQ Khmer, off of 1 Booyah in the previous round, now doesn't even get a chance to play Purgatory.
AKO Khmer literally got done in by the Sri Lankans, man. I mean, 2 players from the side of Never Stop took them out, and then Archangels cleaned up the remaining pieces from the side of AKO Khmer. A little unfortunate after grabbing the Booyah, Husky.
Yeah. That was what happened to Orange Esports.
That was what happened to Axis.
Axis.
It's the kind of consistency you don't want to see in the competition.
It feels like a curse, You get a Booyah, and then the next round you just completely explode.
It
does happen.
It does. And for all of you guys, there's a little bit of a constant in the competition as well. Grab that screenshot. The redemption, once again, is only available up till 5:30 p.m. today. But I have to say, great adjustments coming through from the players or the remaining players of Bloody Heads as they quickly find the internal segments of Ski Lodge, waiting for X-Men Akatsuki to make this approach. And Shanks has broken away towards the right-hand side, potentially waiting for the opportunity to flank or to run away. But he's nowhere close to that zip line, which can get him to a safer spot, closer towards the outskirts of field. So let's see exactly how Bloody Heads continues to play this, because it doesn't seem like X-Men Akatsuki want to go anywhere.
That is the worst possible situation, right? X-Men Akatsuki knows that if you are at Ski Lodge and we catch you out, you are in hot water. We will just wait for you. We see both Archangel and Never Stop rotating towards the same area. Of course, Archangel kind of having the lead simply because they are on mainland already. Unfortunately for Never Stop, they might not be able to find much equipment around here. I say that, but they actually were able to at least pick up some scraps. So we'll see what the idea for Archangel is, because they've completely abandoned this area without looting much, honestly.
I'm so glad to see Never Stop not use that zip line, because it would have brought him straight in towards Archangels, right? But instead, going in here for the slower pace catch-up towards the shores by using that bridge, getting over. So hopefully that game of survival continues on for those boys. Eternal Watch and Learn, on the other hand, straight into the hands of Farang, might just be the place where they end up in as they try to rotate away from Quarry, their high-tier loot zone that they've already gotten all looted up. They want to just continue on this pace. Look at X-Boys, man. And this is just a clear sign of that high-tier loot zone, right? 12 medkits in his hands alone.
That's the starter pack for survival, for being a survivor. Just heal all the way. Well, thankfully for Bloody Head, they are able to outlast. Just be patient enough. They bring Mark back. X-Men Akatsuki has left that area. K9 kind of dispersed into the wild early on, thanks to Superman getting picked up by Farang, if I'm not mistaken. And Archangel finally arriving at Crossroads. Still trying to outrun that blue zone.
Yeah, K9 Esports is in a lot of trouble here, because there is a potential engagement that is going to break out between them and Archangels. And Never Stop is right behind them. So even if K9 Esports manages to get into a good engagement, take a couple of knocks, you don't know exactly how that engagement is going to go. And with Never Stop there to pick up the pieces right after, it just puts K9 Esports in such a tough situation, right? Blank's already backing away, following that circle. Normain, on the other hand, knows that he cannot really run away all that too far. I believe he is together with Pain. And the players of Archangels, Pain now getting caught. Oh my lord! He still manages to knock Roma down onto the ground. And that's the power of the headshot out of the AC-80. X-Gun, on the other hand, takes Pain out of the equation. But the backup to pick their own player up from the ground needs to be played instantaneously. Normain, on the other hand, has nowhere else to go. And therefore, he hides in a small corner, knowing that his shotgun will give him the advantage if anybody closes the distance in here against him.
All right, Archangel, this is your chance to at least get a couple of kill points on the board. Normain runs circles right now around the trailers, but Joker was waiting. It was all a setup from Archangel to get rid of K9 Esports members. K9 Esports are still in the game, but Archangel gets 2 free kills for themselves.
I love the setup coming through here from Archangels. Not getting too happy, not getting too trigger happy, I have to say. Not getting overexcited out there on the battlefield. Playing it very slowly, very calculated, but unfortunately for them, they haven't really gotten a squad wipe. And K9 Esports managed to survive. Superman, who got brought right back into the play at the moment alongside Blank, both of them outside of the circle. X-Man Akatsuki continues these battles up against No Escape, not allowing Grizzly to escape at all, but RS7 with the great fight right back to put Jazly down under the ground, 6 foot under, I have to say, and Flank now. Opportunity to catch out RS7 right behind the brick walls. The backstab position as well. And it doesn't seem like RS7 has been spotted out just yet. And it's a 2-on-1. And No Escape will not be able to escape, at least for that player. The rest of them quite safe outside as they find the circle.
Grizzly, do not drop that. Someone is in that building, Grizzly.
Just got back, Grizzly.
Oh no, I think he sees Funan. This is a bit of a problem. There is... Oh, there's no bike. It's a burnt bike.
This is like one of those GG situations right now. Let's see how he plays this, because from the back, Flank as well as Yan should be able to find Grizzly. Funan already out there. And yeah, Grizzly, Toast indeed, has the pistol, goes in for the shots, but backstabbed by Flank, and an easy kill for X-Men Akatsuki. That was served up on a silver platter for them.
Yeah, 3 points. He just got back, but you know, for all the places to drop, I'm surprised that that was not informed. I don't know what happened, but Farang actually got wiped out. So they finished in 11th place. Farang again having a very slow game. It feels like there's a bit of fluctuation in their performance. A good one, a bad one on round 1, a good one on round 2, and right now we're back to where we started. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, on up against Watch and Learn as King BN gets picked off.
A little disappointing, isn't it, when you see a breakout run from a team and then they follow it up with just inconsistencies back to back. I mean, Farang yesterday, they put on a masterclass of Free Fire, picking up those 3 booyahs, picking up, more than 100 points on their day of marathon. And in here today, just back-to-back unfortunate plays coming through from the team. Yes, they did step up once, but that's all we saw them do. Never stop. Great time turner, pulled out by Akila. Oh my lord! But the entrance into the trailer was blocked off by a glue wall. Thankfully, there was no one to take advantage in that situation. Bloody head now. Caught outside. Sana turns around. Glue wall barricade all around them. And this is the trailer for defense. But it's one of the worst spots to hold on to if you've got a team that can lob those grenades in. But Akila 99. Good spray down onto Mark. Taken out of the equation as well. And Bloody Heads, they have to back away. But Morgana already cooking up that grenade, waiting for Never Stop to make a mistake here.
Yeah, he only has 1 nade left in his inventory, and this nade, if he connects, let's see if he can make the best out of it. Never Stop still has to push into Bloody Head. I think that's one thing that Bloody Head are holding on to. They had the high ground as well. That's where Shanks is at. You can see Kaloy also kind of spreading out to get a better line of sight. They actually spot Eden driving by as well, and they get a free pick-off along the way. Diversity Gaming, they are no more, as the Never Stop slowly pushes forward. Morgana under a lot of pressure and just overwhelmed by the numbers of Never Stop. But Archangel wants to play a bit of spoilers. They also show up, and they actually down Senna, and Senna is gone. Morgana gets taken out by Never Stop in the meantime. But Archangel, they want to back everything for themselves.
Archangels now. Remember what I asked Husky? Can they prove me wrong, or will they just go with the strategy of the game of survival? They want to show that they can take these gunfights and win as well. Great knock coming through. Can they finish off Zenzei as well, who's won with Mother Nature? Backstab coming through from the one and only X-Gun as he pulls the right-hand flank. Zenzei is going to get caught out. He has got his foot sticking out. X-Gun with the finisher potentially now. Tags Zenzei up. Zenzei repositions to play the game of survival. Nobody's flanking from the left-hand side, and therefore Zenzei stays alive for a little bit longer. But Archangels, what a play this time round.
X-Gun just looking for those pixel shots. I think Zenzei is slowly crawling in the slowest possible fashion. But I don't think he has much to work with. While Todak, on the other hand, completely pressured by EWG. And Todak is so spread out. Sure, Pito has that watchtower to provide cover, but you got to be able to land those shots to get things done. And I don't think Todak had the capacity to do so. Not when Riven lobs that nade into the shack. And Jay-Z takes out Pito, so they have lost all forms of support. This is a very bad situation for the side of Todak. Neverstar gets eliminated. But at the same time, EWG are looking to clean out Todak from this area.
X-Gun triple kill, aims, opportunity, double barrel in hand. Tua couldn't finish him off, and a spectacular glue wall pulled out. But Toda still wasn't able to survive. Like you said, Husky, just spread out a little bit too thin, making it much easier for the players of Eastern Wolfgang to take them out of the equation. And the support from up top was just absolutely spectacular from the side of EWG, focusing on bringing all of their men in for that final battle. But it's not over just yet. 17's standing out there on the battlefield, still alive and kicking. And Purgatory just seems to be the map that always drags us in here for those water battles. So if Eastern Wolfgang is lucky, the circle is going to come hunting in here for them, Husky.
And No Escape are in the very center of everything. We haven't seen Watch and Learn so far. And look at Archangel, look at where they are. So far away from the circle. But they're having a stellar round so far. I believe they have close to 10 kills at this point of time. K9 Esports bringing the entire team back, and now they have to face the music of EWG, who just got rid of Todak around this area and are now gatekeeping this area, preventing any team from taking the bridge. And I think they do know that aside from Todak, there's someone else there, and their guess is right. It's K9 Esports. Manchai under a lot of fire, and his back is exposed. Justy from the other side of the river takes him out, and EWG are in a lot of pain.
Yeah, sharpshooter Jazli, perfect play with that sniper. Let's see exactly what else he can get. As X-Men Akatsuki from across the river played a beautiful advantage and stole that kill away. Once again, players of K9 Esports and Eastern Wolfgang hoping and praying that the gods of RNG will give them the next circle. And we just have to wait a couple of more seconds before we see if or not that happens. As you can see, the other teams are not moving out at all, and it will be played against them, Eastern Wolfgang as well as K9 Esports. K9 Esports now have the advantage because they've got the direct access to the bridge, but they have to play this really smart because X-Men Akatsuki can gatekeep them. So it's a game of not only numbers, but a game of patience, a game of to see who can pick up all of those skills as they rotate into those next circle.
And Bloody Hate are just getting pelted, showered with bullets by No Escape. And Archangel finally shows up. This Archangel's big moment. Can they continue this? Can they take up No Escape? No Escape and take control of the circle. Roma and Joker leading the charge. You can see there's the nade being lobbed out. Ipan's getting tagged. His nade's bouncing off Joker, putting a lot of pressure. Ipan still escaped with the help of the time turn. The ice grenade is dead, and now a second nade out. Joker really wants to force No Escape out into the open as Grizzly takes point behind the trailer. He has back up with it, but all these ice grenades is making it so hard to navigate. Lena gets knocked out, but not by No Escape. It's by Watch and Learn. They don't want to let Archangel get away with this. Cass gets rushed by Joker as Archangel. They want to break through and break down No Escape. X-Gun fights.
Yeah!
Archangel shows up big time by taking on No Escape.
That's the way, Archangels. 13 kills in here so far. The Sri Lankans are waking up little by little. Mark now with his vehicle straight into the fray, straight past the players of Eastern Wolfgang. But Eternal Watch and Learn apologies, but it doesn't seem to serve him well. He gets rid of his vehicle, which was already up ablaze, and now the shots right back as the players of Eternal Watch and Learn engage with both Bloody Heads as well as Archangels, who are making their way in towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, Normain, a 1v1 against Twa. When this wall breaks, when those blue zone close in, only one of them will walk out, and of course that guy will be Normain. An easy kill for K9 Esports, the third one of the game, but now they gotta cross this river. A very tough feat to do. As Joker does lose his life, Archangel also under a lot of heavy pressure. Demon 76 takes out Blank as Venom will now engage in the fight against Mark. Jumping shots all day long. Archangel out in 5th place, but they've done more than enough in this game as K9 Esports will follow suit.
Triple kill.
13 of those kills earlier on picked up by Archangels. One feat that they haven't really been able to achieve in the competition so far. Breakout round, no doubt. Bloody Heads playing the game of numbers here, allowing X-Man Akatsuki as well as Eternal Watch and Learn to take this fight up against each other and then later on play the placement points. Let's see if or not they can pull this off, because obviously timing's not going to be on his side. 7 more seconds to play, and when the circle starts closing on in, Shanks will lose his defensive position. He has to flank around from the left-hand side, take the back of X-Men Akatsuki and then try to pick up a couple of kills. Now repositioning is essential for him as he starts moving on in. The circle moving right behind him as well as King.
Yeah, and 2 members of X-Men Akatsuki has already been knocked down by Watch and Learn, and you can see that the last metal blade is coming in, but Watch and Learn is making quick work of X-Men Akatsuki. He's all down the flank and he has those medkits, but he's not gonna have much room to work with. Bloody Head not able to survive longer, and Watch and Learn, they want this booyah. 10 kills in the bag, and X-Men Akatsuki are on their last legs, and Watch and Learn have done it. Another booyah secured by these teams, but X-Men Akatsuki are fighting back. Not enough though. And Watch and Learn scraped by the skin of the teeth. A booyah for the team.
Not a back-to-back, but after a spectacular round number 1 where they picked up 20 points, this is huge for Eternal Watch and Learn. Spectacular run in here on day number 4. Let's see exactly how much that serves them on the overall leaderboard later on, because Watch and Learn, Eternal Watch and Learn currently are sitting down at the 11th spot, or at the very least the last time we checked in on them on the overall leaderboard. So this should be more than enough now to propel them at the very least up a couple of places.
Yeah, and it's very important for the team, right? I think that it's hard to imagine them being in that spot. Yeah. I would thought that they have always been in top 9, but evidently that's not the case. They have a lot of slow rounds, and this is one of those rounds where they did get the booyah, but X-Men Akatsuki almost reversed that, right? That could have been disastrous for Watch and Learn. But either way, even though Watch and Learn got that booyah, I think one of the main highlights was that Archangel had one of the greatest rounds for them since day 1.
Spectacular to see that they are capable of pulling something like that off, right? Spectacular to see that they can take such aggressive fights, which means they've got the mechanical capabilities, Husky. And now all I want them to do is combine that supreme mechanical capability inside the final circle, and not in any of the circles before that. Obviously, a couple of those engagements they were forced into, but this time what they did so differently was actually survive those engagements. Goodness knows how they did it, but, to a certain point, they were a little lucky on the initial stages, right? Because it was Never Stop that was tagging up the team that they finished off very early on. Which team it was, I totally forgot, but we should be able to see on our replay right here. And X-Men Akatsuki, they had the opportunity to finish off Bloody Heads early on as well, but that didn't end up well.
Oh yeah, it definitely felt like a tough spot for teams like Bloody Head to be in. I think in this case, Bloody Head, actually Bloody Head survived to the very end. I think the first team that got knocked out, actually I don't remember who that was.
Correct, yeah. It was Archangels that finished them off with the players of Never Stop. Could it be
AK
or
it was AK or Khmer, it was AK or Khmer, right? They got the booyah in round 2 and they completely got wiped. Toda also have a very challenging round thanks to EWG kind of storming their fishing hut, taking them out. But this is the moment Archangel really showed us what they're capable of, taking charge of the situation completely, in full control. It takes out no escape. And the rest of the game really came down to the team's mechanical prowess, and evidently Archangel hasn't really reached that peak just yet. Watch and Learn, X-Men Akatsuki, these guys are the 2 remaining teams, and even then, X-Men Akatsuki almost reversed the results thanks to Flank and Yen's, hold in that trailer. I think if not for the blue zone, maybe X-Men Akatsuki would have won that. But look at this. Watch and Learn with the booyah and 12 kills with 24 points, but Archangel scores a massive 19 points for themselves.
What a play by Archangels. And this is just so shocking to see them achieve for themselves, right? Because Here's Archangels, who got a total of 17 points on day number 1. So it's really good to see them make such an improvement in a single game to outdo their whole debut day inside of the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Spectacular play, but consistency is key, and we want to see more out of the Sri Lankans, especially the Archangels, because they showed up on day 2, and after that, that was about it. And X-Men Akatsuki, with the very early engagement against Bloody Heads, just shows exactly how well strategized this team was, because they were in a good position to continue that engagement with Bloody Heads. But the decision to back away, to continue surviving, and then take that fight a little bit later on, brought them all the way up to finish up second in this particular lobby. But obviously, the kills from Archangels were spectacular enough to allow them to hop on over to snatch away that number 2 spot. Eastern Wolves Gang in the 4th place, and they share the same number of points with K9 Esports, who are in the 5th spot, and Bloody Head scoring the exact same 10 points as well in the 6th place, Husky.
Well, there's some form of consistency for Bloody Heads for sure.
Yeah.
For Todak and Farang, though, the 2 front runners of Group A, having an underwhelming round. Todak completely got wiped out. Farang, they only got 3 kills, but that is pretty much it. Actually got knocked out in 11th place. So a slow round for these 2 Titans, but for the rest of Group A and Group B, I think they have a pretty good day. I mean, even K9 Esports were able to maintain a 10 point.
I think the curse is true, Husky. Todak scored the Booyah on game 1. AQ Khmer scored the Booyah on game 2. Both of them bomb out in game number 3.
Yeah, Farang got 2nd place in game 2. And they also bombed out. Actually, the top 3 teams from the first 2 rounds had a poor round 3.
I don't know what's up with that. But I think it only paints out how crazy this competition is, right?
Oh, yes.
And the quality of all of the other teams who are able to quickly, very quickly, not just equalize, but neutralize all of the pressure that these top teams in the competition bring out. And consistency is just never going to be easy to be brought out in a competition like this, which goes on to highlight what GeekFam has been able to bring into the competition so far, no doubt, as well as anxiety.
Yeah, I think on that note is really shows how competitive the season is.
Yeah.
And to stand out in this competition, it really proves that team is something else, right? And
Correct.
and those 2 teams, we will see them in a bit. You know, we still have 1 round between Group A and B before we bring Group C in. I think that's where it really heats up, because Anxiety, previously, they never really got the chance to play with GeekFam for a full marathon, and now they do. And we're going to get a taste of that when they go up against each other for 4 rounds first.
And hopefully that's not going to happen at the early stages of the game, because we know that, both of these teams need a little bit of time to ramp up. But the one difference here between Anxiety as well as GeekFam, you can hot drop them, but for you to hope that you can wipe out GeekFam through a hot drop is very, very slim. Anxiety is quite open to those situations, and that's the only difference between the 2 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. Let's see exactly what happens in the final game in here when we return in a little bit.
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Belok kiri.
Oh, okey Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi.
Ada orang.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi yung nag-represent sa Singapore server sa FIFA World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FFWS. It is sort of representing PH as well. So when it comes to replaying against them, I know that Farang and Todak is in different level now.
Siyempre maganda kayo kasi hindi nyo alam may papakita namin sa league stage.
Good luck to each and everyone that qualified, and to those toxic teams that won't help the community. So stop putting trash on someone I love. I will snipe your head.
Go K9! Ow! Ow!
Let's go Team Bloodyheads! Panoorin niyo po kami.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I love exactly what Blank said. Stop being toxic before I snipe your heads off in the game. I mean, that guy is now my idol. I'm a huge fan of Blank just for saying that. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. And this is the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. So far, in day number 4, what we expected seems to be the case. Even top teams are finding it tough to find their adjustment in here and are riddled with inconsistencies after the shuffle here, Husky.
Yeah, and it has been a common theme, I suppose, when the groups gets reshuffled, we see teams really show up, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, for some odd reasons, certain squads are hindered by the groups that they are in.
Yeah.
And I think this could be the case as well. We're seeing AQ Khmer unleash their other side. You know, they got a booyah for themselves.
Yes.
They got a fantastic run. And obviously, the previous round wasn't a good reflection of that because they bomb up instantly.
Yeah.
But we saw teams like Archangel also step up. Watch and Learn also had a really good round.
Yes.
And we see the good teams sometimes struggle, like you mentioned, Todak and Farang having a poor round 3.
Unfortunate, but it is what it is at the end of the day. With some of those hot drops, you really cannot say exactly how things are going to go. And, you know, luck just wasn't on their side this time round. So a little unfortunate in terms of a start for those teams. But we know that they've already put in the work in the past. And therefore, a single bad round isn't going to mean anything. But the same can be said for Archangels. A single breakout round is not going to mean anything if they cannot keep up the pressure that they bring into the competition. But as we take our map recap, we see that the Booyah scored by 3 different teams in here. The first one picked up by Toda. The second game at Kalahari, AKO Khmer, the Cambodians finally stepped up in a spectacular fashion, all thanks to the grenade launcher at the very final circle, courtesy of Boy Loy, and Purgatory's win by the one and only Eternal Watch and Learn, who have been spectacular today. I mean, yes, in game number 2 wasn't their best run, but in game 1, 20 points, and now in the third game, a booyah on their side will be most definitely the way they launch themselves into the top 12 and remain there for a bit.
Yeah. And most importantly, I think also coming into this is how we saw the reflection of Archangel being able to show us that fragging prowess, right? I think yesterday we had this slight debate of whether the Sri Lanka team should play safe or play aggressive.
Yes.
And I told you that if we look at the numbers alone, Archangel has proven that they can win those gunfights.
Yeah.
They just need the environment to thrive.
Correct.
I think that previous round was a perfect indicator of that. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Of course, just off of 3 rounds, we are seeing some minor shifts in the overall leaderboard, particularly Watch and Learn makes it to 9th place. A bit of a minor jump. AQ Khmer now breaks into 12th. And of course, Archangel finally moves away from the last place into 16. Of course, this is not the full picture just yet. We haven't finished the day, but we are seeing some of these teams really put up enough points to put themselves higher in the standings.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Orange Esports, obviously, they are sitting on a dead last right now, but it's not their fault. They haven't had the opportunity to jump into the fray and play. They are in Group C. We will see them in action, but even when they do play, I don't know how big their opportunities are going to be because they are placed into the group of death, I would say, after the shuffles, because that's the group with Geek Fam, that's the group with Anxiety, even ORV and Axis Esports, the two teams that have started stepping up yesterday are in Group C as well. So Orange Esports has most definitely got their work cut out for them. But looking at the overall standings here, it is fair to say that we have got quite good representation from Malaysia as well as Philippines as expected. But Cambodia and Sri Lanka sticking towards the right-hand side of the leaderboard, that's what I expect to change. And with AKO Khmer now showing us that they can not only go out there on their own breakout runs, pick up solid kills, pick up the Boya, we know they've got the quality. And we know they've got, more importantly, the consistency as opposed to all of the other three teams that were thrown into the race as well.
Yeah, and surprisingly, when we look at AKO Khmer's kill count, at least on the second page, they have the second most kills. Right? They actually have the same kill count as No Escape. The only difference being that No Escape has a lot more survival points.
Yes.
And I want to quickly reiterate what I said about Archangel in terms of fragging. It was actually Never Stop that had more frags, and Archangel playing a lot more of the survival game. But they finally put a bit of frags on the table, right, to match up with that. But there's one thing about Never Stop is that they have that good balance in placement points and kill points. You just need to add a bit more into that. And this is the first time that Archangels overtook Never Stop on the overall leaderboard. I know it's a minor thing, but we are really seeing a bit of that shift for the two Sri Lanka squads.
I want to be a fan of the Sri Lankans. I love their play style, but you know, I hope and pray that the Archangels do not take the previous matchup as a go sign to get super aggressive in the competition, because, you know, they've been quite proficient at playing the placement points for themselves. They've taken all of that to heart and they have gone the distance. But this one breakout round, once again, means absolutely nothing if that consistent play cannot be brought into the competition. Never Stop needs to take a page out of the books of Archangels. Not when it comes to those engagements, but when it comes to getting in towards that final circle. Because, like you said, Never Stop has been able to show us that they do have a little bit of firepower to their side. And the placement points, on the other hand, yes, it seems all equal, but not anywhere near enough if they want to break away from the bottom six.
Yeah, they need to do a lot more than just this, especially when today they only have one more round to play, whereas for Archangel, they kind of have the luxury of playing the rest of the day out. So 5 more chances for them. I think aside from that, the rest of the leaderboard is pretty much as expected. You know, K9 Esports got overtaking Bloody Head slowly but surely. So I'm excited to see how that is going to be when Group C joins. But of course, Group B has one more chance to do it. And K9 Esports, can they continue their performance and at least push themselves closer to that third place, to that top 3? I think this last round will give us a really good indicator.
I have a suspicion that Normain is really not on his best gameplay at the moment, right? And he is the glue that holds the whole of K9 Esports together. And unfortunately, without him having these breakout runs, K9 Esports as a whole seems to be suffering through the, you know, unfortunate underperforming Normain. And yes, it's not all about just that one player, but for K9 Esports, it has been proven in the past that Normain is their hard hitter. And he is the one that opens up all of those aggressive engagements. And the follow-up from his team, obviously spectacular, but he is the one that leads the mindset of the squad, right? And I don't know what's up, but he hasn't just been on his best place recently.
Surprisingly enough for K9, I believe the whole squad, it consists of, I think, 2 or 3 sniper players. But we're talking about the full roster, right? So they have extra players as well. But I think half of them are sniper players, which is pretty interesting, right? 'Cause they focus a lot on that long range. Kind of reminds me of Divinity Gaming back in the days. When we talk about Batman, obviously he's not playing, it didn't qualify for this league. But I think K9 Esports is one of those teams that reflects that, and I do agree. I feel like they just didn't hit as hard as they usually did.
Yeah.
At least when I look back at the previous tournament that Anxiety won, K9 was one of the hardest hitters.
Yes.
And that really set the bar high for me.
Yeah, absolutely right. And K9 Esports showed us, I mean, they still show us that they've got the quality. I don't take that away from them, but they just haven't been able to maintain that sort of consistent dominant performance, because K9 Esports is capable of dominance, but we just haven't seen that dominant part of them in the recent days, which is quite the surprise, right? But in terms of getting, those regular points, finding their place in the top 5 and all, K9 Esports is still doing that. They're just not shining in the way that they're supposed to. And, a similar thing could be said for Farang, if it wasn't for day number 3, where they did manage to hit those 3 booyahs, right? Because Farang was kind of showing the exact same sort of performance in the competition as well, where they are capable of hitting hard, but just weren't doing anything much at all. So hopefully in the way Farang found those adjustments in terms of patching up some of their gameplays, we will see the players of K9 Esports do so as well, because although they are in the top 5, obviously they want to get up into the top 3 as well, just to have a bigger slice of that pie, Husky.
Well, with that being said, Farang have already shown up a hot drop. In fact, against Diversity Gaming, we see the last member of Farang coming in, and I think they're ready to go for it. It's actually Popeyes is spotted out. Jemba gets a pick off onto the kids, and unfortunately for Diversity Gaming, this could be an early end if Farang commits to this, which in most situations Farang would definitely go for the kill. Eden tries to provide some cover some fire from behind, does down Jesbu, but Jembao has him spot out. Space also gets knocked as Papa 44 was able to get the finisher, and Farang now finds himself in a compromise spot. We end up in a 3 versus 2 in favor of Diversity Gaming.
I mean, the players of Diversity Gaming took out Spade, one of the heaviest hitters on the side of Farang, and Farang responded by taking out the kids, so I guess they're all equal right now in terms of pressure that they can play out there on the map. But it doesn't seem like Diversity Gaming wants to reposition, and therefore it is too bad. That goes in for a super long flank from the right-hand side, but by the time he gets around, Jesbu has been taken out of the equation. No revival, no pickup coming through from him just yet. Jembal, on the other hand, we have no eyes, no information on him. Toda, they engage with the players of K9 Esports, and a lot of patience being shown here by K9 Esports. Normain from the back, Pedro gets tagged up, steps on out to respond, but the time turner has been pulled out. Pedro doesn't have much of an option in here, goes in for the fight, but Payne with the backstab drops Pedro down onto the ground, and Toda with the wrong move to open up this fight that K9 Esports looks to end.
Yeah, lovely patience from K9 Esports. Didn't need to make a move. Just let Todak have that false sense of security, come into the building, and then you spring the trap. And Todak now with 2 less members will find it a bit hard to face off the entirety of K9 Esports. Even though Ames gets a knockdown, it is insufficient. K9 Esports wipes out the Swordfishes.
Without a single loss of a player. And just when we were talking about how K9 Esports needs to step it right back up to play for the podium finish by the time we get into the grand finals, they do exactly that. But X-Men Akatsuki looks like a little bit of revenge is in store here. Zensei, so little life left on him, isn't going to be able to save Akila just yet. Santa inside of the time turner. Funan with the Max 7 should be able to finish this off. But the P90 in the hands of Santa, great rate of fire, should be able to engage with this Max 7, but needs to put the distance between himself as well as opponent, which is exactly what we see that player do. Zensei, double vectors in hand. Good position against a Max 7 player, but he doesn't really get his rotations right. Turns around, Zensei down on the ground.
I was able to down Yen, but doesn't find a finisher, and Akila also tried his best. But the fight has already concluded. X-Men Akatsuki with 3 kills, and Sana has to run away, while he also has 3 in the bag, at least for the entirety of the team. But now he has to play the survival game and try to find the revival point. Unfortunately, the closest one is Vantage, and unless Sana swims towards there, it's going to be pretty hard to bring the rest of the team back.
Plays of AK Okmir as well as the Filipinos' Bloody Head inside of that high-tier loot zone beside a buy station and a revival platform. So GG Santa! Delivery And it's not a present, it's a lump of coal. But now backstab Santa just behind the vehicle. Finds a little bit of cover. If that vehicle blows up, Santa's just going to call it a GG. But as flank now, tries to flank from the right-hand side, taking the Jeep out of the equation. He will be able to drive away. But Jan with the backup, and Santa is put out of commission. Never stop, out in the 11th spot.
Nothing much Santa could have done, but he did get an extra point for the team before he got knocked out. So a consolation prize for Never Stop. Akio Camilo storming the building. Watch and Learn is going to be in this area, and Boys finally jumps onto the first floor. Akio Camilo tries to chase him down, and 3 members on top of him. And there was nothing that Boys could do, and Akio Camilo picks up a free kill.
Akio Camilo now, awesome stuff as the players of Farang bring their team members right back into the fray alongside Diversity Gaming as well. Full squad on the side of Diversity. Eternal Watch and Learn, on the other hand, on the way to save Maske from the brink of annihilation here. The glue walls, 5 on the side of Venom 96. And Mark patiently waiting for his opponents to come in here for the pickup. And Venom loses 4 glue walls all at the very same time. And that's a terrible play from him. Uses the 5th one as well. Venom 96, not a lot of opportunity for cover now. Uses Mother Nature, and he gets away from the players of Bloody Head. But the next ones that they come across, No Escape, should be able to finish this off. Will they be able to get into a defensive position before No Escape opens fire now? So close. Venom 96, he has got his life saved. Right? No!
Nope.
You should have saved that glue wall. But thankfully, Maske is there for the save here.
Yeah, Riptide Rhythm doesn't connect. So Watch and Learn able to find cover, find solace in this compound. But unfortunately, they have expended so much just to get one guy out. And they still have a man disadvantage. So this is a horrible spot for Watch and Learn to be in, and it's not done just yet. Error has a very good line of sight of these guys. Venom tag down low once more, and they'll have to start giving him the mad kills that they have. Meanwhile, on the other end, Archangel will face off against EWG. Both teams are pretty much spread out, and Manchai is going to be under fire. First, EWG trying to outrun that blue zone as Twice gate kept by X-Gun, but X-Gun, oh, the glue wall in the wrong angle. Now it's going to be Twa beside him. He drops the time turner preemptively. Lela comes in to provide the backup. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 as Mantai pays that bait and switch. They both go down, and X-Gun not able to provide any sort of assistance. And EWG is the one that comes out on top. The amount of
nice!
But Roma just bulldozed through it and takes him out. Riven now comes in. X-Gun jumps behind him. X-Gun dropping low. Riven 49 health. Joker also getting away, but they actually were able to down him. And X-Gun is now up against Jay-Z. Jay-Z was able to wipe out the rest of Archangel. The blue zone helping them out, and EWG survives by a hair's breadth.
Oh, but there was such a good engagement, Archangels. A little unfortunate that towards the very end that Jay-Z appeared like the god for the side of Eastern Wolves Gang. And of course, with the save as well with his Mag 7. Unfortunate for the Archangels, who had quite the great setup there coming through from one of their players, right? Instantaneous support. And not only was he able to support the one and only Roma, busting through all of those glue walls back to back to get those knocks. Spectacular engagement, but obviously luck just wasn't on their side. And the players of No Escape, they escape off in towards the forest to remain a little bit elusive to all of the other teams. No engagement in here just yet. They very sneakily avoided one earlier on. And Eastern Wolves Gang on the other side, all thanks to Jay-Z, they get brought right back into the game.
Yeah, very unfortunate though. Archangel falling in the hands of that blue zone instead. Just a little bit more time, they might have been able to win that engagement. It's also off of a stellar round as well. I think the curse is actually real. Woo, Justly. A nasty shot. Takes out Morgana, at least incapacitates him. Then Bloody Heads were able to bring him back up. So not too much was lost. Bloody Head can easily disengage for this. A couple of glue walls as X-Men and Akatsuki are separated from them by a wooden bridge, by a pier in fact. But it seems like Bloody Head have the intention to challenge this.
Bloody Heads, they have got the mechanical capability, and I don't think we will see them use or misuse those glue walls. At the moment, they erect just 2 in front of them, and not wasting any just yet in panic. And Shanks just eliminating a couple of glue walls right in front. exposes one player, and it looks like the backup from Shanks is all it was needed from the side of Mark as well as Morgana. That gives them the opportunity, a little bit of extra leeway to reposition, but instead of repositioning, they play the game of pressure against X-Men Akatsuki, trying to catch them from across that body of water. And now, Bloody Heads, gatekeeping X-Men Akatsuki. X-Men shouldn't have opened fire a little bit too early there, Husky.
And X-Men Akatsuki will slowly lose health to that blue zone, with Bloody Head just keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Diversity Gaming will be up against No Escape. The kid's gonna turn the corner and run into two crosshairs of No Escape. He finds himself in a very precarious position, but thankfully does have some resources to heal himself back out. I wonder how he can survive, how long he can survive for. In fact, iPads is the one that gets knocked down by the kids. As they trickle in one by one, the ice grenade pulled out, and just the timing was not there for Cass. And the kids gets 2 free kills.
Great play coming through, and it looks like the kids is on fire right now, and No Escape won't be able to escape. Time Turner erected, but the kid steps on straight inside. Max 7 in hand, turns around. Grizzly instead sprays him down with the exact same gun. And I tell you, the number of Max 7s available out there on the battlefield needs to be reduced, because it's a superb gun, but everybody brings it into play. No Escape now. Can't escape this. RS7, 2 medkits in hand. Recovers a little bit of his health, but AKO should be able to finish things off against them, and Dooming Jun does exactly that. 2 kills, and AKO Khmer finishes up exactly what those players started a little bit earlier on. But Diversity Gaming now might just be the next competition for the players of AKO Khmer, because although they have got the inner circle already, Diversity Gaming were the first ones in there, and if AKO wants to find a better defensive spot, they need to remove Diversity Gaming from the circle.
The Diversity Gaming does the hard work, and AKO Khmer just swoops in and steals most of it, or steals half of it away. Circle towards the western side, a bit. K9 Esports engaging against X-Men Akatsuki on that southern side near Rivermouth. So far, Diversity Gaming is still in the game. In fact, pretty much spread out, gatekeeping 2 areas of the map, and a lot of emphasis, more emphasis on that perimeter of the circle on the northern side, to see how long Diversity Gaming can hold this up, because they only have 3 members left to work with, but they do have 7 kills in the back.
Yeah, King almost taken out of the equation, has the LMG in hand to play the pressure. Kaloy, on the other hand, caught outside, and the circle will pressure him as Normain drops him and picks up a kill. But Bloody Head not out of the equation just yet. K9 Esports in the perfect condition to take that backstab and eliminate the rest of the players of Bloody Head, as the Eastern Wolves gang storm the front and the compound of King BN22. Max 7 in hand, close range combat. You know King is going to be able to get it, but that LMG won't really do much for him, and that ice grenade forces him away from his defensive position, opening up to so much of those shots, and Tua straight inside with the glue wall erected. King BN could not sustain the numbers, just a lot for him to handle.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no backup for the side of Diversity Gaming, so it's only a matter of time before they lose to the wall of attrition. AKO Khmer still in the game, and K9 Esports with 6 kills already. I say that Justy was able to snipe Normain, but they gotta make it quick, because that blue zone is really putting a lot of pressure on the side of K9 Esports. Shanks on the other end is able to down members of AKO Khmer. Flank bombs Shanks with that nade, and now Flank's gonna run in to try to finish off members of Bloody Head, just for those extra kill points, as the fights are popping out left, right, and center. Bloody Head gets knocked out by X-Men Akatsuki.
X-Men Akatsuki with one final player to stake all of their bets on flank. 3 kills in hand so far, but in terms of positioning, he is in an unfortunate position, quite far away from the circle between 2 teams who will be looking to take him out of the equation and add on an extra point to their side. And K9 Esports look like the ones who are in the best position to do that with that high ground advantage. They first focus their efforts onto AKO Khmer, who are not in a position to respond, and Diversity Gaming, this one final player, moving on into the compound of AKO Khmer, potentially for a little bit of payback, but it is 2KKH that takes him out of the equation, and Diversity are out in 7th spot.
AKO Khmer continuing this rampage of getting those big amount of kills in, as Blank just waits for the last member of X-Men Akatsuki to show up and finish him off. Able to get a bit of resources for himself. Unfortunately,
Superman,
even though he has 13 medkits, he has 0 glue walls. Superman, his time is also done. We're only left with 1 member for K9.
It's going to be too bad. Jambal from the side of Farang. Farang now in a great position to pick up a booyah for themselves. A team that has been riddled with inconsistent plays. Now look for the booyah once again. In round number 1, Farang was dead last. In round number 2, they picked up the second spot. In round number 3, they were in the 10th place. So up and down is exactly what their chart looks like. And back to up, that is the trend, and Farang wants to stay true to it. Riptide Rhythm takes one down, and the timing is perfect from Too Bad as KH gets dropped and taken out as well. What a play by Farang.
Yeah, and Farang wants some revenge against AQ Khmer, who somehow was able to take away the booyah that they earned for themselves in map number 2, but maybe this time they will make sure that no one takes what they deserve and no one takes what they work so hard for. AQ Khmer trying to outrun the blue zone and trying to outrun the bullets of this op, and it's so hard for AQ Khmer to deal with this. I mean, Watch and Learn have been eliminated. We're down to the last 3 teams, and AQ Khmer finds no avenue to even retaliate against Farang. And Too Bad, just putting in all the work, and another good snipe should be able to confirm that Farang makes it to top 2.
I will not be surprised to see the statistics of the accuracy on the side of Farang at all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Such great trigger discipline, waiting for those opportunities, and time after time, as a player after player from the side of AQ Khmer hop on out of the defense, the players of Farang snuff them out. And now, look at this, Eastern Wolfsgang waiting on the other side. AQ Khmer taken out of the equation from Jembal, courtesy of the grenade launcher and a single grenade out of their hands as well. Now Eastern Wolfsgang, as the final contender, Spade opens things up by dropping a player, fired right back by the one and only Riven, but he doesn't catch out any player, and Riven himself gets down. This booyah should be for Farang now, Husky.
Yeah, and Farang has finally reached a point where they turn it around, where they use that consistency to not only propel themselves forward, but to get that lead. And I know we talk about this, it's not about the booyah, it's about how consistent you are every single round, and Farang wants to make a statement. This round is it, and I don't think much needs to be said. It's 2 versus 4. It's Farang who has the whole squad alive. It's Farang who has the resources, and it's Farang who are the aggressors. Mantai exposed, and that will be Jembao confirming the booyah for Farang.
Solid play coming through from Farang. Once again, hopping right back up to the top after an unfortunate round in round number 3, where they could only pick up 3 points for themselves. Spectacular display of aggression in this game, and the one thing that just baffles me is how a team that's so good, how a team that is so capable of picking up so many booyahs in the competition, Husky, bombs out in these rounds. 2 rounds today alone, they've actually gone flat.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, right? And you can see that for Farang, every single member is in attendance, whether they are playing on, in the main lineup or not. I think that's one thing that's been keeping Farang together for a very long time. And let's bring back some memories. You know, Jembao's T-shirt. I believe we also have that.
Yeah.
Though I don't exactly remember which year it was.
I think it was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah,
I think it's
should be last year.
Should be this Challenges Malaysia. I think that one
Correct.
is. I could be wrong, but I do know I have it, and I wear it pretty often.
So do I, right? But the players of Farang, once again, they baffle me with their inconsistent plays, because it's night and day, literally, right?
Yes.
We're talking about booyahs, we're talking about top 3 versus finishing up in those rounds dead last. It is baffling. But as long as they can recover those terrible rounds with rounds that are just absolutely solid like this, there's nothing much for Farang to worry about.
Yeah, and I think they have made a perfect recovery, right? Sure, we got 3 points, you know. It feels like Farang only performs on even number rounds. Even yesterday, they were performing. They got the booyah on round 2, 4, and 6. Maybe that is the secret, right? So we know that Farang, you know, based off of that logic, Bermuda and Purgatory is their kryptonite, and if you play on even number rounds, Farang can just win. Of course, this one is not enough to really make up for, you know, the round 1 and 3, but it certainly is able to just keep them afloat if we're talking about the race to top 3.
Remind me Todat's position in this particular lobby, because
truth be told, I actually don't remember.
Yeah, unfortunate that we don't remember, because it's Todat that we're talking about, right? Because in round number 3, Todat bombed out after hitting their booyah. And now in round number 4, if they didn't really perform as well or nearly as well as Farang, Toda's about to lose their 3rd spot to Farang.
I think Farang might have regained the 3rd spot because if I remember correctly, Toda bound up pretty early.
Oh my god!
I say pretty early is the earliest.
There you go, man. So overall leaderboard, guaranteed Farang has taken over that 3rd place, and it's just absolutely spectacular what this team has been able to do after a lackluster round in the previous one. Eastern Wolves gang with the consistency in here today, surprisingly. 2nd spot they pick up with 17 points. AKO Khmer, hats off Cambodians. These guys are on fire. 14 points they pick up for themselves. And, you know, pretty much like Farang as well. Yeah. They had a great round with the Booyah. They bombed out alongside Farang in the previous game. And now they're right back up there with the podium finish. K9 Esports very slowly, steadily repairing some of their performance in the game. 13 points they pick up for themselves. And followed by X-Men Akatsuki as well as Diversity Gaming, who have 12 and 11 points in the 5th and 6th spot.
Definitely a slower game for a Bloody Hit. This time only bagging 4 points for themselves. If you ask me when did Toda get knocked out, I honestly could not tell you because I do not remember what happened to Toda. But for Farang, this is an amazing round for them. I mean, X-Men Akatsuki is also a team that feels like they're silently getting points, and we just haven't paid enough attention to them. But we need a bit more from them. Good news for Todak, though, is that today is marathon day. So they have 4 more rounds to run it back and perhaps overtake Farang temporarily at the end of the day on that leaderboard.
And, you know, Toda hasn't been doing good, but that was only for this round and the previous round, right?
Oh, yes.
So the previous round, they picked up a total of 3 points. This round, absolutely nothing. But in today, they already have a Booyah to their name. And in today, they already have a pretty much good standing from the 2 rounds. So they've equalized it out with their bad rounds. So they have no if, buts, or maybe in terms of what they should be doing out there. They have to go out and perform for those final 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have been fluctuating in terms of performance, right?
Yeah.
So 1 good round and 1 poor round, and 1 good round and a round they just bomb out early on.
Yes.
In fact, round 3 was kind of the most surprising one where Todak and Farang shared the same spot. One getting 3 kill points and one getting 3 placement points.
Yep.
But going into this reset, this is where we wave goodbye to Group B to bring in Group C. And that's where all the big dogs are at.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And when the big dogs are out, unfortunately, the rest of the teams will find it very, very hard to pick up points. We know how hungry Geek Fam is out there on the battlefield, and we know that Anxiety has been trying to equalize with them very recently. They played their own day of marathon, and we saw spectacular performances out of the Anxiety squad. And now having both of those mega teams out there on the battlefield, it will be very, very difficult for any of those teams out there to pick kills up for themselves.
And we're looking at 2 teams that just do not care. They just run you down. They bag 20 kills per game. And if we thought that Geek Fam is a handful, now Anxiety is here to do the same. And like you say, right, if they meet each other early on, then Geek Fam feels like they have a better chance of winning.
Correct.
But I want to see how that late game pans out. If these 2 teams make it to the later stages of the game, I think that's where we really see just 2 teams monopolizing the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, Anxiety has got great mechanical capabilities, but I have not seen a team bring in better strategy into this matchup, into these lobbies, apart from Geek Fam.
Oh, yes.
Their setup, splitting away, playing those flanks, rushing on in, not giving those opponents a single second to react to their plays. I think that really puts Geek Fam up on the top, which only speaks to the quality of Diversity Gaming. Remember the time where they made Geek Fam run away from Clock Tower?
Oh, yeah.
That's something nobody does to Geek Fam. And here came the Cambodians who did that, but...
And Geek Fam still won that round. And that was the opening round for the league.
And that's the quality of Geek Fam, right? But, you know, it also shows exactly how tenacious, how aggressive Diversity Gaming has been in the competition, and it hasn't really served them all that too well. AKO Khmer, who took a much more, I guess, patient approach to the league in itself, seems to have their strategy bear a lot of fruit for them.
Yeah, they actually are taking on these fights, and they're winning fights, right?
Yes.
And I think that's the most impressive thing about AKO Khmer. That's something that Diversity Gaming has been struggling to find on day 3 and today, where it just feels like they are kind of another team, Never Stop or Archangel to a certain extent, right? Where they get picked off, can't take a fight, can't really run away.
Yeah.
They sack their teammates very early on, and the fight most of the time just ends before it even begins. And when we first looked at them, I feel like it feels like they have lost a bit of the touch.
It seems to be the case, doesn't it? And the kid, we saw spectacular plays from him, but at the moment, just a little bit of an underwhelming performance, and that could also be a big reason as to why Diversity Gaming isn't really playing all that too well, because they were a great team out there on the battlefield, but the kid, he really stood out, Husky.
Oh yes, I think that you hit the nail on the head, right? He is the highlighted player, the decorated player on the team. But right now, I think I do not see that being the case. He has gone completely cold. Can't say the same for AKO Khmer though. I remember the first time we saw these guys, and sure they were having really poor rounds, but my eyes was on Do Min Jun the entire time. And I'm just glad he's getting the attention that he deserves.
Absolutely. Alongside Boy Lawyer as well, bringing in those grenade plays, and he sees exactly what works in those final circles. One small problem with AKO Khmer is they don't find that final circle all that too often. But when they do, they usually come out at the very top in not specifically with a booyah, but a lot of points to their side, right? And, you know, survival seems to be a huge challenge here for AKO Khmer. That has to be something that they continuously work on. But I am excited. I am super duper overjoyed for the two teams to jump on into the fray, who are probably going to show us exactly what dominance looks like. And that's also going to open up a few of those plays, right? Which is the platform for the other teams to prove themselves against these dominant teams. Because shutting down all of the other groups, yes, you can pick up a few points, but stopping the pace of teams like Geek Fam or teams like Anxiety, not only does it, of course, give you the points that you deserve from, taking them out of the equation, but it gives you the very, very nice to have confidence boost.
Yeah, I remember. I remember back then when we had this group shuffle, we separate the top three into different groups, right?
Yeah.
And now it feels like the pattern has changed a bit.
Correct.
Right, because we see first and second place in one group and third and fourth in one group, and I definitely prefer this a bit more.
Yes.
Because back then we will just have, let's say Geekman gets first place, they get placed in a group, and they just feed on everyone, right?
Correct.
There's no one there to challenge them. But right now we're getting teams that actually has the capabilities of challenging them to offset the balance, which is why we see Farang and Toda just duking it out head to head. Sometimes they go down together, but other times one of the teams outperforms the other, and I think the same is going to be happening for Geek Fam and Anxiety later on.
And that's exactly what I love about Garena Free Fire. They continuously up the challenge. They continuously make things a little bit more difficult for the teams out there on the battlefield. I mean, first it was the changes of what the teams could see out there, with the removal of the kill feed, with the removal of their skins that you can see in the battles, and now with throwing all of these teams who are able to really have a 50-50 chance against each other into the exact same group, that gives so much more opportunity to the other teams. But it means absolutely nothing if those teams cannot take advantage of those opportunities.
Oh, rest assured, I think Geek Fam and Anxiety will definitely do more than just that. In fact, I would not be surprised if I just see one of them run the entire competition down and just score a booyah right out the gates, right?
Yeah.
But this is where we see the top four teams finally clash: Todak, Farang, Geek Fam, and Anxiety. If there's anything to be said, I think this is this is where we get a litmus test of how these top four teams perform in each other's presence.
Or all four top teams bomb out super early. Then we see...
I would be pleasantly surprised if that happens.
I would be very glad if that happens, right? Because all I want is for some of these teams who are, unfortunately in a position of being the bottom feeder in the competition, rise up to the occasion, right? Because it's week 2. Sorry, not week 2. It's the second half of the competition. It's the second half of the league stage. It's high time you bring in whatever that you've learned from the first half in here to show us exactly how much you are able to improve in the competition. And now, of course, I'm looking at, specific teams out there, namely Orange Esports, Team Princess.
Oh, yes.
A lot of expectations from these brands, but nothing much to show for on the battlefield, except for Team Princess yesterday. They really stepped up.
Yeah. And I hate to say this, but the top 4 teams bombing out early on. We're talking about a group that Archangel is in, so something has to go really, really wrong for that to happen. But just with that out of the way, I think just look at this dropper spot. It's so heavily populated at peak. Geek Fam, of course, taking control of Clock Tower. We actually AQ Khmer and Todak at Factory, so I think these guys are not done just yet. because this time it's going to be Todak exacting revenge. They had a very... Well, they didn't even get to play on round 4. And right now they are here to get something back, to redeem themselves, to make up for the lost points. And AKO Khmer, unfortunately, will be the punching bag.
There's a vehicle somewhere around here. Don't know exactly who that... Oh, Geek Fam! Out of nowhere! Drops speed roll, takes him out of the equation. Boyloi, bye-bye. And AKO Khmer gets eliminated in the 12th spot. But this engagement has opened up and has piqued the curiosity of the players of Geek Fam. With that one slice out of the equation, I don't know if or not Geek Fam is going to get overexcited and go in here for the finisher. Here comes Mika Boy as well on the side of Team Princess. And Team Princess, we just highlighted them having a good day yesterday for themselves. In fact, it was their best day in the in the whole 3-day run of the league stage so far on day number 3, where we did see a huge improvement coming through from the team. But with Mika Boy out of the equation so early here, the team will be tempted to break away. And hopefully that is the right decision here. And Jimmy Neo as well as Jiraiya, as they break away, they back off into a compound towards Sentosa that is absolutely empty. So Team Princess will be back later on.
Well, unfortunately for AKO Khmer, they will be back next round.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, to be fair, if you drop anywhere near Clock Tower, you cannot expect Geek Fam to sit still. They will take those shots, and Todak knows better than to stick around. So they're able to disengage and bring the full squad back. So nothing much was lost in the situation. And of course, Geek Fam continues to take control of Clock Tower. And depends on where the circle head towards. We'll see Geek Fam make the decision. But another team, and I think you did mention at the start of the day, is ORV.
Yeah. And ORV, in terms of performance so far in the competition, hasn't been one that, a lot of people, especially their fans, will have a problem with at all, right? They had a underwhelming day 2, but they recovered, or they more than recovered on day number 3, which was yesterday, picking up a total of 65 points, and they hold on to quite a great position on the overall leaderboards as well. So as long as they can keep up their pressure, as long as they can keep up this performance, we should be able to see ORV continue climbing up the leaderboard. At the very moment, they sit down at the 10th place with 154 points, 20 points behind Eternal Watch and Learn. And looking at how Eternal Watch and Learn haven't really been all that too great in the recent games, this is quite a good opportunity for them to continue climbing over them.
Yeah, and I think, with all that in mind, you definitely have some time to prep before coming into this, before making that switch. And we see, oh my goodness, 3 teams around this area, around Observatory, and they're already getting pressured by Cass. And we know that Cass is kind of the tip of the spear for no escape. Raja getting knocked onto Cass. And today, Geek Fam, off to a very aggressive start. And of course, Raja takes him out. Raja with a second. Data goes down. And Geek Fam off to a stellar start, just like what we expected. Today, playing with Raja instead of Phoenix. Not that it matters too much. We've seen Raja was the one that won them the very first opening round. But with 2 members of No Escape down, with 2 members No Escape down, I highly doubt that they will commit to this anymore.
Good decision made here by Eris7 as he finds the launch pad and gets himself out of all of that trouble. Unfortunately for his team member who's still surviving in the middle of Archangels as well as Geek Fam, it's not going to be an easy thing to get away to safety. But Archangels might just be the bait later on, so let's see how that breaks out. As Team Princess now takes on the players of Bloody Head. Jimmy Neo, very close proximity with an opponent here. Is he going to be able to shut down Kaloy? Tony as well has got the M1887 in hand, but Kaloy has the better shotgun right now. The one and only Mag 7. So when that distance gets cut down, Kaloy should be able to take this fight. AK-47 in hand as well, but with no sight whatsoever. Tony isn't stepping out of his defensive position. Finally does. Kaloy has the information, expecting him to step on out, and Kaloy jumps around. Time Turner pulled out. Kaloy manages to go in for that reload as well, and that Mag 7 spray finally catches Tony.
Yeah, perfectly done by Kaloy, just taking that fight head on, but also mechanically outplaying Tony. And now Team Princess down with 1 member, which means that Bloody Head kind of fitting the itch to push Team Princess out of this building and kind of finish them off. Cass in the meantime, snuffed out by Geek Fam. Error 7 also on the ground. Geek Fam picking up 2 free kills for themselves, make it 5 for Geek Fam.
Geek Fam just doesn't want to let go of the players of No Escape, and now Eris7 taken out, and it's just back-to-back. All 5 kills off of the exact same team in here. Geek Fam having a field day with the players of No Escape, and iPans is still stuck in the exact same corner we saw him earlier on, this time tanking the blue zone. Jimmy Neo gets taken down. Team Princess still survives with 2 more players, and as you can see, Jiraiya alongside his team member has managed to purchase Mika Boy right back into the game, only for Bloody Heads to continue chasing them down. But Team Princess, having the vehicle in their hands, is able to disengage and back away as quickly as they can. So Bloody Heads should not be able to catch up with them anytime soon, Yaski.
Definitely the silver lining for Team Princess, getting someone back, getting to safety. See both Anxiety actually having 2 vehicles as they make a very long rotation, finally getting into the circle. Anxiety off to a quiet round, but it might change very soon as they enter cross proximity with Axis Esports, who instantly shoots at them. Anxiety will be prepping for this fight. A very interesting circle on the northern side. And see Toby actually getting an initial knock. Meanwhile, for Anxiety, they're gonna slowly relocate themselves away from Axis Esports. There's no need to do so, at least for now. In fact, Axis Esports are getting pressured by Anxiety, and look at this push from Barba. He's gonna drive Toby in as well. They're all gonna crash the compound of Axis Esports. Orange Esports also show up. This is a 3-way fight. Let's see how Axis Esports hold off against these 2 teams.
Axis Esports now have to take on 2 players on the side of Anxiety. This is as tough as it gets, but with Orange Esports just looming beyond the horizon, Axis needs to clean up and get away from there as quickly as possible. But escape looks like it is going to be impossible as Orange Esports continues approaching this situation. And the players of Anxiety, as you can see, Chessman holding on to that right-hand side flank.
Oh, the Ice Nade.
But he doesn't have the AWM he usually depends on here, Husky.
Yeah, the Ice Nade forces, throws Axis Esports into complete disarray. And now Axis Esports comes into clean now. It's going to be between them and Orange Esports. Getting wiped out by Axis. Neptune somehow clutches that out.
What a G.
And I thought that Orange would be able to win that, but it's Neptune, the hero of Axis Esports, holding on just for a bit longer. But the end is near as Anxiety surrounds him. And Neptune also knows that this is going to be the end of the round for Axis Esports, but at least he goes down with glory, goes down in a blaze, and was able to bag 4 kills before he bombs out.
Crazy stuff out of Neptune, but you know, once again, a very disappointing display here by Orange Esports. They had the backstab, they had a good opener, but they won off Axis Esports with that ice grenade instead of just stepping in with the backstab and shutting them down. Because clearly those players were already in an engagement. That ice grenade wasn't the best of strategy to play at that point, as it just gave away all of those positions. I mean, obviously, Axis Esports didn't know who was behind them, but they just assumed that they were being backstabbed by the exact same team.
Yeah.
Turned around, did a number on them, but unfortunately, it wasn't the players that were on the attack. And Anxiety managing to clean up house later on. But the players of Team Princess now, with a good comeback against ORV themselves, who tried to take them out of the equation earlier on, but let's do with the long-range engagement. AC-80 puts Jimmy Neo down! And tags up Tony as well. And Tony gets taken out by Latte. This is just a back-to-back. And those players will continue fighting, but it is going to be no escape now. Once again, full squad taking on Anxiety, and Cass manages to take that drop, but Kanoho fires back with a Mag 7. Kanoho finds Cass. The wall here taken down. Toby repositions Anxiety in a good spot, and no error as well. 1-2-1 trade so far, Husky.
Yep. While all of that was happening, Bloody Haze actually on the high ground, and they can actually move down slowly. They spot the Chessman, who wanted to be supporting his team, but unfortunately with Carlo taking him down, Anxiety, the chances a bit slim, knowing that Bloody Head is behind them and still having to deal with the team in front of them.
Good capitalization by Bloody Head. All of that chaos being turned into their very positive points in terms of kills. Toda now, they've got the circle. Gatekeeping Archangels. Not a tough team to gatekeep for sure, as Roma gets knocked down onto the ground. Chill looking for that kill. Very patiently waiting for one of the players from Archangels to go in there for the pickup. That's the bait, but nobody falls for it just yet. The Sri Lankans a little too smart for that play. Bloody Heads moves on in for the finisher. 2 players on the side of Anxiety. Kanoho as well as Toby. Woodpecker as well as the AC-80. But Kanoho also has the Mag 7. Close range combat. Toby pulls out the M1887. Puts down Kaloy. Grenade not going to catch anyone out just yet. The 2 players from Anxiety backing each other up inside of the Time Turner. Throws out a trip mine as well. So when the players of Bloody Head step on into the house through that door, it's going to be a GG instantaneously. Yet another knock will come through, and then the numbers are equal. Anxiety, how will they now play this?
Oh man, I love how Anxiety is doing this tag team, and look at that, Morgana trying to support Shanks. But Anxiety, they have slowly snuck out, and then make sure that they have some openings to work with and not completely box themselves in. And now the flash comes in from Bloody Head. This is a good chance for them to go in for the push, but the follow-up is a bit delayed. A bit of a desynchronization right there from Bloody Head. Mark actually spotted out by Kanoho, and remember, Kanoho in this doorway, we've seen him do this before. Finally throws out the blue wall. Toby gets backstabbed, doesn't go down just yet. Shank's not able to get the finisher. Toby now is going to heal out with Kanoho protecting him. Bloody Head goes in. This is the final execution. They need to get rid of Anxiety. Kanoho is going to be running outside. Toby now shows up. Down Shanks as well. Kanoho's still alive. And however Anxiety is doing this, they refuse to give up. And they're winning this 2 vs 3.
Yeah!
Toby finally gets...
Farang now at the very edge of the next circle, gatekeeping ORV as they head on in and do it absolutely well. Back-to-back takedown, and Shanks gets taken down by the zone, so Bloody Heads eliminated as well, even without any of those teams catching them off guard. No escape on the other hand. Now the outer perimeter of the next circle. They only have 2 more players left on their side with none of those revival points or the buy points available for them, so they have to play the game of survival all the way in, Husky.
Yeah, we'll see how Farang deals with this though. Geekfam actually has someone stationed right in front of Farang. It's going to be Fikri hiding the power station, or near the power station in fact. Geekfam really gatekeeping this entire perimeter, just making sure that they able to get a good idea of if there's a team in front of them, and they've already seen the members of Farang. And that's where Farang goes up against Toda. And I don't think Farang has any idea that Geekfam is watching them from afar, and this is such a smart move from Geekfam. Waiting, playing with the blue zone. As the blue zone flows in, Geekfam will slowly inch forward and eventually make contact with both Todak and Farang. Spade is already down, Chill holding in the compound. Jembao tries to run forward as Raja was able to pick out the remnants of Archangel, but Spark has a grenade launcher in hand, and that's where Farang needs to be a bit more careful.
Great survival gameplay from the Archangel players, but now as Geekfam rotates in to take the backs of Toda, Farang is going to be in a great position here, because as they keep Toda distracted, Geekfam might just be able to finish things off. But how will this break down for the players of Toda, who are pinched between 2 supreme teams, Farang as well as Geekfam to deal with? And now Toda running out of options with Afik down on the ground. Chill tries to play just a little bit of distraction, and Farang now starts to engage with Geekfam instead. That could just be the savior for the players of the side of Toda, as Too Bad now tries to wrap around, not hopping into the hut just yet, and remaining at the very edge of the circle. So that's going to be a good play from him. No one's going to get caught out just yet. Orin, no pressure to be played, as Geekfam, Toda and Farang need to start moving in the next 30 seconds, Sasuke.
Orin has like, what, 20 glue walls? This He's going to build a fortress out of that. Connect. Oh, the nade bounces off the glue wall as well. They really want to try and siege this compound of where Todak is. Farang also waiting nearby. It's a 3-way fight.
Yeah, time's running out.
Yeah,
this circle will hurt, man.
And no escape. They're just waiting. They're chilling at the center of the circle. Something has to happen right now. You see Farang run in. Too Bad catching Fikri off guard. Escapes the blue zone, but of course doesn't really have the health to work with, so Geekfam gets the kill. And Fikri is going to take down to the blue zone regardless. There's nothing that Geekfam can do to help Fikri, so it's just down to 2 guys.
No Escape's just sitting down inside the middle of the circle, and they're like, okay, alright, we're just going to allow all of these fights to break out down outside of the circle and then finish off the remnants of these players who head on in. As the Eternal Gatekeepers, No Escape now, might just be the ones who pick up that beautiful booyah at the very end, with Spark now running out of time. Afix with just a sliver of health left on him. Oi! The opportunity to take down Orin, and Afik got taken down by the zone. What an anticlimactic end for the players of Toda. And now, No Escape try to finish off Geekfam. They've got the defense, they've got the compound. Orin trying to play the game of survival here against 2 players out in the open.
Remember, he still has 10 more glue walls to work with. Unfortunately for No Escape, they do not have the same luxury. And remember, Oren was the guy that got brought back yesterday to almost to survive long for Geek Fam, and Oren, couple of medkits to work with. No Escape going for the push. Oren taking down the ice grenade, drops the glue wall, gets the speed boost. And it's gonna be pinched by the members of No Escape. Now Oren forced to fight against Error 7. Can Oren do this though? Ring around the Rosie, those glue walls coming in handy, but Oren, he does not have health to work with. And of course No Escape using the numbers advantage to squeeze this booyah and win the round for the team.
Not surprised at all with No Escape picking up that victory, but Oren got really, really close. If there was anyone who could get that sorted out, it was him. But although it was a great play to just wait out the players of Toda as well as Farang earlier on, they just played their timer a little bit too long. But there's nothing much that they could have done apart from that, right? Because rushing off a little bit earlier on exposes their backs to Farang as well as the players of Toda. So Geek Fam just didn't have any other options there whatsoever. And it's a great way for the players of No Escape to take advantage.
Yeah, and then lovely start for No Escape. But of course, Geek Fam, as usual, is able to make it far into the round, albeit not getting as much kills as they normally would.
Correct.
But they still made it into top 2. So nonetheless, a very solid start for this team. We saw, how Todak, Farang, and Geek Fam ended up together in the same spot, with Geek Fam coming out on top. There's a lot of events that happen in this game that I find very interesting as well, and especially how Anxiety almost stopped Bloody Head in a 2 versus 3.
Almost, right?
Almost.
Yeah, almost stopped Bloody Head. Great positioning, great defense from Anxiety to respond to that situation. Although, their luck just wasn't on their side. They had already lost a player heading on into the defensive position, and Bloody Head catching out the one and only Jaboywa known as Chessman now. That was a great way to start the engagement against Anxiety, because once you take away that flanking player, once you take away their backup, then the other guys who usually go in there for the rush, they're not as dangerous anymore for Bloody Heads based on their mechanical capability right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the Achilles heels for Bloody Head, right? When you take out Chessman, when you take out those long range support, Bloody Head finds it really hard to follow up. Even let's say even if Bloody Head gets a good start, it's still not that hard to shut them down.
Yeah.
As long as you have someone that's equally as confident in terms of their sniping abilities, and this one was very, very close. Anxiety almost felt like they could have won this 2 versus 3 because Bloody Head were just all over the place. But thankfully for Shanks, the extra member of Bloody Head was able to kind of clutch that out for the team.
Yeah, and Mark was the guy who was outside of the hut, just continuously spraying down with his Mag 7 through the window, just damaging up Kanoho just enough so that the final finisher could have been taken. But, although that was great teamwork from the side of Bloody Head, it also shows how good Anxiety is, right? You need multiple players to take down the powerhouse Kanoho, and that's just the way he has been for a long, long time now. But just like you anticipated, Husky, with Geek Fam just hopping on in and grabbing the top spot, it's not the booyah, but the #1 placement for them, guaranteed in here based on the number of kills that they picked up for themselves. Albeit not as many as they usually bring in, it's still enough to grab away that #1 spot from No Escape, who managed to take the booyah, but with very few kills in their hands, and therefore they drop down to 3rd, when Toda steps on up to pick up the 2nd spot for themselves, finishing up in the 3rd place overall, but with 9 kills was managed to actually climb into the 2nd place.
And for all things considered, right, our leaderboard top 4 teams actually aren't doing too bad. Geek Fam, Toda, Farang, and Anxiety are still up there, because Anxiety had a really tough round, same as Farang as well. But again, Bloody Head with another 10 points.
Yep.
Very, very consistent overall. ORV Esports also doing pretty fine. But the teams that we kind of predicted that so far has been doing poorly, Orange, Team Princess, and Axis, they still remain down there.
Archangels with the 7 points this time round, not too bad at all. And look at the focus coming through on the placement points here. So the Archangels, they know what they're doing and they're focusing on the right thing. So it's much better than being dead last in here. So we will take that anytime, any day. Axis Esports and Team Princess, I guess they just continue to struggle in the competition overall, especially Team Princess. And, do we even want to start talking about Orange Esports here, Husky?
I think from what we saw yesterday, there's actually nothing new to it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think Orange Esports just, and this is a very painful round for them, right? Because they had such a good start.
Correct.
It really felt like that was their fight. Even I thought that Orange Esports, there's no way they dropped the ball, and yet they still dropped the ball.
I don't know what's up with the players of Orange right now, and it might just be a little bit too late for them to start making any adjustments, because it really does not seem to be their game, or nor their day, or their competition in here.
Yeah, just a tough luck for Orange Esports. And today, they only get 4 rounds, so 3 more rounds for them to go. We head to Kalahari next. And if that's what we saw in Bermuda, I am very, very worried how Kalahari is going to make life hard for Orange.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to take any guesses as to how the next matchup is going to go for Orange Esports, but the one thing that I can wish for them is they find a little bit of momentum in the competition and some sort of miraculous play to somehow sneak into the top 12, because that's all that's needed from the league stage.
Yes, it's all about the top 12, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that comes alongside it, sure, is prize pool, but the bigger piece of it is in the grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about 2/3 of the prize pool sitting and waiting for us at the grand finals. Obviously, the lion's share at that point will also be with whoever who grabs that #1 spot, just like what we see at the league stages. But I know Orange Esports, we talked about this, such a huge organization, would not settle for just picking off, some of the consolation prizes at the league stage. So if they want to do something, today, right now, is the best place, the best time to get something started.
Yeah, if they are bringing in a very fresh team, then I think it's very understandable,
Yeah.
right? But they're bringing in a team of veterans that we have seen have a lot of their own moments in the history books of local Free Fire, even on the regional stage. So I think there's definitely something that is missing, and that's something that Orange Esports needs to figure out.
Yeah, and if they don't figure out, obviously, it is going to be too late. Today is already day number 4. At the reshuffle, we expect some teams to struggle. And of course, this is the team that has already been performing all right. And the teams that did struggle in the first half to find some sort of miraculous play for themselves. AQ Khmer have done that. Archangels, of all teams, have actually done that.
Yeah, Farang has done that.
Farang has done that.
Remember,
Orange Esports, on the other hand, I'm still waiting for them to do that.
I think Orange and Axis right now are in the worst possible spot. I guess you can throw Team Princess into the mix, where they have players. I think Jimmy Nyo is one of the guys that we look at and we were like, yeah, this guy, when Team Princess first started playing competitively, this guy has always been on our radar.
Correct.
But he himself is not enough. The rest of Team Princess needs to step up. I think even Jimmy Nyo has his limits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's strategy, whether it's rotations, but nothing seems to be working out for some of these bottom-feeding teams. And, if anything, I guess now I can start telling them the exact same secret that I've been sharing at Archangels as well as Never Stop. Stop going into those early engagements and just find that final circle before taking the kills, right? And, it might seem like it is quite the I guess cheap way to win some of these rounds, but even teams like Geek Fam used to play the exact same strategy in the past before they went out dominating competition with their mechanical skills. Because at the end of the day, this is Battle Royale. It's a game of survival, not a game of seeing exactly who can pick up the most kill points.
Yeah, but if you want to survive and qualify into top 12, playing placement points completely acceptable, right?
Yeah.
But what's beyond that, I think, is where the mechanical fragging capabilities come into the picture.
Correct.
So for the bare minimum, yes, survival points.
Absolutely.
But to push beyond that, you got to start winning fights, and I think a lot of teams are struggling with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the top 5, top 6, etc., without any firepower on your side, without the capability of winning some team fights, you're not going to be able to break through those ranks.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, some of these top teams have already shown that. And you're looking at taking on teams like Farang, Bloody Heads. You're looking at taking on teams like Anxiety, Geek Fam, and putting them out of commission. I think the easiest one in that list to take on would be Bloody Heads, based on their surprising mediocre performance all of a sudden.
I think that's agreeable, right? Bloody Head, sure, they get consistent points every round, but there's nothing outstanding from their performance. It's a very standard textbook way of getting points and getting away with what you do.
Yeah.
But when you run into a more aggressive team, a team that's more coordinated, if you are not playing with a man advantage, if it's an even playing field, I think Bloody Head does struggles to win most of those engagements.
And that's actually quite surprising, because I thought they were on the rise up to the top, which looking at the overall leaderboard, you can say that they have been doing quite all right for themselves. But unfortunately, it's just not good enough, right? I mean, Bloody Head now, they are the kind of team that is capable of maintaining the top 3. But in terms of consistency out there on the battlefield, it paints a different picture. So as they drop into command post, their own home at Kalahari, let's see exactly what Bloody Heads will be able to pull off for themselves this time round, as Axis Esports takes the hot drop with a potential encounter with ORV in a few seconds.
You can see Axis Esports quickly looting up and trying to back off. Shahid already tagged early on by Latte, so that should give Axis a good idea that there's a different team nearby, and Axis completely avoids that, at least for now. Shouldn't be expecting too much changes in those hot drops, in those drop zones, especially when we're talking about Farang who loves Refinery or Bloody Head that likes command post. I don't think that would change anytime soon. But for this, my money's on ORV. I feel like ORV just has a slight edge over Axis individually, and also as a team.
When all of you guys, if you want to have the extra edge over some of your friends at school, do not forget to take that screenshot and get that redemption all completed. As the players of Axis Esports back away, I like the strategy from Axis. They are moving closer and closer towards that revival platform. They know that they share a compound, and ORV trying to pick up the buy spot for themselves instead. The engagement hasn't really broken out between these two teams just yet, but it's only a matter of time before that happens. Spade seems to be tagged up just a little bit. Toda in the vicinity as well, alongside Archangel's X-Gun. Didn't stand a chance as Afik catches sight of his back and puts him down onto the ground. But no elimination just yet. But unfortunately, no saves as well, as it looks like the rest of the players of Archangels have abandoned their friend here.
Yeah, well, it's one of those situations where you just gotta do what you gotta do. I think we've seen teams use this strategy. I think it's a very acceptable one, but in some situations where if you just outright ditch your teammates without a backup plan, that's where we kind of start to see a problem, right? And some teams have shown the weakness of that way, and Diversity Gaming is one of them. ORV is still very adamant to fight Axis Esports. In fact, they're relocating some of the members to get more angles to work with, and Axis Esports clumped up in that one building.
If you've got the AC-80 in hand, you really need trigger discipline because, 2 back-to-back shots gives you that extra bit of damage, and you want to aim for the head especially. But without the trigger discipline, obviously, you tag a player once, they back away from that engagement. That's GG. Farang just teasing the player of Archangel before taking the kill as well, and Jezbu finishes him off as Farang picks up their very first kill point in this matchup. Anxiety. They double back down, and they have got one of the platforms that will lead them straight into Refinery, whereas Shrines is held on by Orange Esports as they send out Jabat first into Oldhampton to check out the vicinity to see if or not there's any pressure here played by other squads. He finds that there is none. But a couple of shots still being received by Orange Esports, so perhaps in the far-off horizon, they have to just be a little bit careful here. But ORV are getting a little aggressive, taking the fight straight to Axis Esports. And unfortunately, Shahid gets dropped. And, no idea exactly how he could have responded to that situation. But the backup is just a little slow here as ORV Neslu now takes the fight to the rest of them.
Yeah, this push is so well done from ORV, but they actually end up losing 2 members. Mocha also not able to kind of find a finish, and Shahid now wants to finish things off. Cookie shows up. Flame guards the doorway. And what looks like to be a good beginning for ORV ends up being disastrous. They lose everyone and they get nothing.
Axis Esports, very happy. Yeah, looks like they are very, very happy with that win. I'm not sure exactly what made them so happy with that win, but a couple of extra shots towards the loot boxes wouldn't really hurt them, I guess. But it would hurt the ego of ORV, which we expect them to execute out there in terms of revenge a little bit later on. A little unfortunate, of course, that you can't see the kill feed, or else these revenge situations get a little bit more spicy out there on the battlefield. Oldhampton still held on by the players of Orange Esports, spotting a player out earlier on, but those tags just not enough to take that vehicle out of the equation, and Orange Esports still scurrying around looking for an opportunity to pick up the kill number 1. But what's more important than that is the looting process that they move on in here with. The farmers picked up by Rosso X gives him the extra bit of damage per second with the SMG, but has to close the distance down. Long range engagement with that gun, not really the best, but they do have a little bit of backup coming through from their team members as well, who bring in the snipers. So GeekFam, Team Princess, they don't have the angles here. Team Princess has a defensive position, so it's a good spot that they hold on to engage with GeekFam. But look at the strategy out of GeekFam, man. They don't have a position to take a fight, and what do? They run. No ego challenge here whatsoever.
And I love the discipline coming out from GeekFam.
Yeah.
Even making their way into the high tier loot zone. I think that's a very just everything coming into place for them now, getting those extra resources. Even against Team Princess, you thought that GeekFam would have taken that fight, but that is not the case, at least for now. So GeekFam finds themselves solace. Definitely a more slower start to one of the rounds today. Farang actually under fire from Axis Esports, I believe. So this refinery, even though they control it pretty well, doesn't stop other teams from going for the challenge. In fact, so it's actually No Escape that's firing at Farang, not Axis. Jesbu is kind of out in the open, challenged by multiple enemies. Very dangerous spot to be in, and unfortunately for Jesbu, his backup isn't really nearby. Good news is that No Escape was not able to knock him out, so No Escape will also have to hold back on that aggression a bit.
Let's see what No Escape can do. They hold on to these platforms, zip lines all around, repositioning not a problem at all. But one wrong move on that zip line and straight into your opponents you will fly into. As you can see, those zip lines connect them directly in towards Toda. But even before that, AQ Khmer already opening fire, and No Escape now starts to respond. AQ Khmer don't really have that high ground advantage against No Escape, so opening fire was a terrible decision, and now they pay for it. They give away their positioning, they give away that extra bit of information. Great blue wall pulled out by the player on the side of AQ Khmer as he tries to run away. Players of No Escape not accurate at all with that long-range engagement, and he survives. No Escape, on the other hand, they reposition, just leaving one player in the name of Kaz to keep an eye on AQ Khmer.
Oh, here they come. Anxiety drops right on top of Roma. Did you have an idea though? Roma just staying put in the hut. I'm surprised Anxiety didn't bother checking. Need a bigger, more important things to do as they continue running forward. So good news for Roma. He will not be snuffed out. He's able to continue surviving, keep Archangel in the game.
I wonder if Roma's moving towards that revival platform there. It doesn't seem to be the case. Moving towards the opposite side of it, in fact. And that's potentially the last player from the side of Archangels. Based on the way he's playing this, we will be able to catch up with him in a little bit. On the other hand, Jimmy Neo, grappling hook in hand, repositions on top of the roof of the compound that Tony takes over. Axis Esports back away. But it's an engagement between Orange Esports and Toda now that breaks out there on the battlefield. We do not have eyes on that fight, but it's most definitely going down, Aski.
Yeah, and Toda, I believe, has already lost one member. So, if anything, I think Orange Esports would definitely have the numbers advantage. We see AQ Khmer, on the other hand, running uphill. And they will definitely run into the sightlines of Anxiety, as Anxiety was able to reach this area early on, and Chessman instantly takes point on top of the tower. The perfect spot for this legendary sniper to be on. Of course, this needed to relocate due to that line of sight. There are limitations being on top of the tower in Orange Esports. Unfortunately, not able to finish out the member of Todak, so we're kind of back to a neutral state. But just look at this burst eye view, AJ. This is so populated.
Absolutely, and this just reminds me of games of old, right, where GeekFam used to contest with the players of Bloody Head for command post. GeekFam doesn't usually take the drop into command post, but always rotates into it and used to displace the players of Bloody Heads. And it seems to be the exact same case here as well. Fikri holds onto the exact same gun in the hands of Chessman, the AWM. And both of these, A-class snipers should be able to put on quite a bit of hurt on all of the other opponents out there on the battlefield. As Neptune now gets dropped, AQ Khmer can take that kill in here for themselves. Farang looking to do the exact same as well. Standoff. That's what this is between all of the squads out there.
Team Princess and Toda, the two teams in this same area. See what the idea of a Team Princess is, though. They definitely have eyes on Toda. And you can see Toda again It's a very disciplined decision, completely disengaging. There's no need for them to kind of fight Team Princess head on, unless Team Princess forces the occasion, as the circle is a bit toward that northeastern side. And that means that teams around Refinery have to start moving. So Farang, they got to find a way out of this because there are 3 teams around them. They're completely surrounded as a Geek Fam takes over command post. Bloody Head very, very spread out.
And no idea what Roma is doing outside of the circle, but if he's playing the game of survival, it's quite the smart strategy to take a super far, long rotation from that left-hand side outside of the circle, where nobody will be hunting him down. But as we can see, the one and only X-Gun caught out in the open behind that buy station with nowhere else left to run. AKO Khmer on the slow rotation, catches the back of Joker, who just got brought right back in. And Do Min Jun goes to town. Beautiful headshot with that shotgun. Anxiety right from the back. And they should be able to catch out the players of AKO now. Skin looks absolutely solid, but once again, do not forget, the players inside the game cannot see any of these skins, nor can they see that kill feed. So they do not know who they take on out there on the battlefield, Husky.
Yeah, and Farang got to move really soon. The circle is closing in, and it is far away from Refinery.
Oh, yeah.
2K completely exposed. And Bara punishes him for it, and now AKO Khmer comes in for the backup. They should be able to bring him back up on his feet. The grenade getting cooked up, so Barba decides to completely back off. A good decision making, just waste the resources of AKO Khmer. But if they go up this mountain, they will run into Farang, who's still holding on to their compound. Not seeing a need to evacuate, at least not immediately. See if they can catch some stragglers while trying to hit into the circle. But the Orange Esports would definitely catch No Escape.
I am just shocked with the patience of all of these teams, man. I mean, yes, the revival is still on, but this is one of the slowest pace matches we have seen in a while at this league. And all of that patience just is gonna be bringing forth chaos in a little bit. What a nade by iPants. Bags 2 players on the side of Orange Esports, and the finisher now coming through from the players of No Escape. You cannot escape, especially if you are Orange Esports. A little bit of an underperforming side on the side of Orange Esports, and they continue to suffer at the hands of all of the other teams out there, including a team like No Escape, who hasn't really been the hardest hitters of the competition, but most definitely one of the big teams in the league for sure.
Well, good news is Orange Esports are still not out just yet, but
What?
Anxiety is Farang completely mops the floor with them, and we did talk about this, right? Farang has that Refinery high ground. They're not going to move first. They see if they can catch some stragglers, and they instantly caught Anxiety, trying to be a bit over-aggressive. They thought AKO Khmer was the only team there, but no. Farang was ready and waiting, and now Farang gets to reap all of the rewards. They wipe out Anxiety, and now they are looking to wipe out AKO Khmer.
Too bad. Just flushing in all of AKO Khmer towards the rest of his team members. And look at this flank coming through from the
nade.
left-hand side. Nade. Oh, bounces off. Great glue wall pulled out as well by AKO Khmer. But Jembal, he continues to reposition from that left-hand side. Will be bringing on all of that pressure. Boyloid dropped down onto the ground as Dada brings iPens back into the matchup. You know No Escape is going to be a high contender, top contender in that final circle. Hang down on the ground. AKO Khmer back to the lobby.
So well done from Farang. It was all telegraphed. There was no way that any team would have known that Farang is up there. No one checked it, and if anyone did, they would have been wiped. They would have been taken out instantly. So Farang, just like you mentioned, played the Refinery area so darn good. With that being said, now Farang finds himself in a very comfortable position, able to sneak into the circle, and not only into the circle, but from the safest possible angle. And look at where they are, on top of another mountain to give them a vantage point. As No Escape kind of shows up on the map as well. We have a very populated area as we approach the late stage of the game.
Great play by great play by Roma as he catches the back of Dada. This guy was sneaking around as much as possible. Vehicle outside of his compound here. If he can hop on out, because he needs to reposition. If he stays on out, No Escape should be able to catch him out. Cass wastes 2 of his grenades on his side. Roma still alive, cooking up a grenade of his own. Glue wall erected. The entrance from the window blocked out, but 2 players from the side of No Escape now in here to finish off Archangels.
They have Roma trapped in the house, boarded up the windows. See how Roma deals with this though. It's going to be 1 versus 2. Bloody Head eliminated by Farang. Of course, it is Farang. As on the other side, we see Geek Fam, Axis, and also Todak in the same compound once more. the heavy hit, especially Todak and Geek Fam. Let's see what Axis can do against this as Affix actually takes out Fikri to start things off. Neptune with a nade! An overhead one to Downman 04. As Romak gets pressured as well, Cass finishes off Archangels. Geek Fam under heavy fire from two separate teams who just seemingly does not want them to get more done, and because of that, Geek Fam now forced to rush. We see the grenade launcher come in, but actually doesn't really connect to anyone. Neptune though will return fire, and Oren down on the ground once more. Spade with a bit down chill. Affix takes out Flame, and it's going to be Todak trying to steal everything away. They want to take out Geek Fam, and they want to take out Axis.
And Farang now on the approach as well to jump into the fray and pick up a couple of extra kill points for themselves. And it's quite shocking to see the players of Axis Esports get taken out so quickly. But there you go, Farang with a God nade onto the players of Geek Fam. 2 knocked down onto the ground already. Farang to take advantage, and they do exactly that. Beautiful backstab. Team Princess out of the equation as well. Toda still surviving, but Farang going in for yet another booyah.
They have almost 20 kills, AJ. 18 kills right now for Farang. And it's about to be 19 if they down Spark. Affix actually able to down Jembao. Space. He was hiding in the trees. No one can see him. Too bad pushes Affix. Too bad loses that one. No escape goes down. Farang against Todak. And it's Affix against 2 members of Farang. A disadvantaged position for him to be in. Jesbu, Ice Nade out first. And Affix can tank the damage. There's only one way out. Jesbu should know this. A very stressful situation right now. Actually, it's a 1 versus 1. Who can clutch this out? Spade hiding behind the trees. And Affix has no idea. He's trying to play the healing game, but it was not meant to be. Farang has this in the bag all along. A booyah deserving only of Farang, as it all started from a refinery hold and it ended with one of the most eccentric victory for the team.
And just when we were talking about their up and down performance, here they come delivering 3 back-to-back stellar performances. We saw a booyah in round 4. We saw them take the top 4 spot in round number 5. And now with another booyah served up hot for everybody to consume. Amazing stuff out of Farang, and they will just continue to impress everybody. We talked about the opportunity for them to step on over Toda. We talked about them, making sure they take this all the way, and now that is the exact same position that they are still in. Just a little bit away from catching up with Toda and potentially running away with this day.
Well, if there's one thing that we can be sure right now is that Farang never lost their touch. They have always been in the game, and again, right, when they have a good round, they have a super good round. And this was one of the rounds where we thought that Geek Fam would be the team that is mowing down everyone, but no, it was Farang all along. Runs down at least 6 separate teams. And when I saw them coming into the circle from the clean spots, from that southwestern side, I know that game has already been secured by Farang.
And it's quite surprising that they were actually heading on in for that hot spot, right? Because usually we see teams avoid engagement, especially towards that final circle.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you can stay on the opposite side of all of the action, we see them usually just play that to their advantage and then take those final few engagements, but not Farang. Farang already knew that they had so many kills on their side, so the only mental state that they were in was, what do we have to lose in this next engagement? Absolutely nothing. They took their chances, and who did they find? They find the players of Axis as well as Geek Fam doing battle, and a God nade opens up that fight. They finish off the players of Geek Fam and stride on through to pick up the booyah for themselves. Spectacular for a team that has been quite up and down in here today. But if you look at the performance from yesterday where they hit those 3 booyahs, if you look at their performance in here today, this is back-to-back Farang showing us exactly what they're made of, Husky.
Watch out, Anxiety. I think we have found a third contender. Farang really showing up in a big way.
Yeah.
And this is the 3-way fight, right? Axis and Toda, they all want a piece of Geek Fam, and of course Geek Fam ended up coming out on top, but not for long. Thanks to Farang, who showed up. And last time we checked in, they have, I believe, at 18 kills. So I believe they either have 18 kills or 20 kills. We'll find out when we look at the scoreboard later on. But one thing is for sure is that Farang, wow, 21 kills, 33 points. I believe in this league, this is the current record. I think 33 or 34.
Correct. 33 should be the record. I think the
be
last
the
time
record,
it was
right?
31.
Yeah, somewhere around that, right? So 33 current record held by Farang. Obviously, the highest one we saw was actually 36 or 30, 36-38 by Geek Fam a year ago. But nonetheless, Farang, an amazing feat, basically monopolizing all of the kills.
Toda needed 4 points to catch up with Anxiety. They've done more than enough for themselves. And Farang needed about 20-odd points to catch up with Toda. So with Toda doing so well for themselves in this round, once again, they have gotten close, but just not enough. One more round is needed, one solid round from the side of Farang to not only catch up, but to replace Toda in that third spot, and of course catch up with Toda in that second place, looking at the fact that Toda now has replaced Anxiety in that second place. Amazing stuff out of these two teams. No escape in here with the third place, 13 points. Axis Esports finally stepping it up just a little bit, 11 points they pick up for themselves this time round, and Geek Fam, a very surprising end. Not many kills to their name, and also bombing out with only 6 placement points left on their side, picks up the 5th placement here with 11.
Yeah, we see Archangels, 5 points. Just trying to play a survival game, but this time not really working out as they were caught out in the open. Akil Camille also having a slow round. And overall, I thought that, the Group C powerhouses are going to hit hard. I mean, Geek Fam did hit hard. Anxiety also did show up a bit. But it still feels like, Farang and Toda are the teams that are performing exceptionally well.
Yeah, and obviously Toda, no doubt at all, we expect that out of a team that has represented Malaysia on that world stage. But Farang, a team that we usually see popping off at the grand finals, taking everybody by surprise. They want to show their fangs in here at the league stages in itself. And what a better way than to actually step on in here to fight for that podium. And it looks like they're doing a fantastic job so far. And all of these efforts, combination from yesterday, day 3, as well as day 4 today.
Yeah, this is what major winners are made of. If people still remember their past, right? Obviously, it's a new identity for Farang, but there are things that you just cannot forget. Correct. And I think Farang is still showing that despite coming into this afresh, there are some things that still stays with them, right? The identity that Farang has brought for themselves. It's just a coordinated attack. I think that's something that is very exciting to watch when it's Farang. I know we talk a lot about Geek Fam being the best when it comes to tactical brilliance, and they still are. But Farang is also bringing in their own brand of that, and it's working out very well.
It seems like the strategy from the side of Geek Fam has drastically changed with the absence of Phoenix. Throwing Raja back in, it somehow shows Geek Fam off as quite a defensive team instead of offensive. Yesterday with Phoenix in the lineup, they
were running people.
There was no pausing the pressure from Geek Fam, right? They were literally running into squad after squad after squad. But this is a little bit of a different, strategy being played by Geek Fam. It's not working out clearly for them.
Yeah, I think with that being said, Raja was also the one that it clutches a situation for them, right?
Correct.
I think he himself has had a lot of moments where he's winning gunfights, but I do agree, it kind of feels like Geek Fam probably are just testing out. They obviously have been switching Raja and Phoenix in and out. Maybe this is just a testing ground for them. They are still in the lead, so why not go ahead and do it before the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
We still have 2 more rounds to go before we conclude day number 4. But before we play out the next 2 rounds, we're going to take a short break and we will be back for more Free Fire actions.
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Okay, belok kiri.
Oh, okay, Raj.
Okay,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi tau.
Ada orang lagi.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi nag-represent sa Singapore server sa FIFA World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FF.
Seems like there's a lot of targets on the back of Farang and Todak. Bloodyhead wants to hit, K9 Esport wants to hit, but you know what's constant? They both have not been able to achieve that because Todak and Farang are still leading the pack. My name is Husky alongside the Eustachio AJ. This is the Free Fire Challenges Series day number 4, which means that the Great Shuffle has happened and we are 2 rounds away from concluding the first day of the second half of the group stage.
You know, the one team that the shuffle has not affected in the slightest whatsoever is Farang, right?
Yes.
I mean, we saw them, you know, come out with quite the bang of a performance on day number 3, which was just yesterday. And today, they bring in such a weird way, those consistent plays, because today has been quite inconsistent, at least for the start of the first 4 matches, right? We saw them go up and down, we saw them hit those booyahs and then bomb out instantaneously, once again right back up and then right back down once again. But 3 back-to-back rounds now, they've managed to recover a little bit of their pacing and continue to put up a lot of fight to continue climbing up the leaderboards, and they've done exactly that.
It's a very weird thing to say, right? We see them, sometimes you see them get no points or very less points, and you're like, how can Farang even be in top 3? But somehow they did, right? Through that manner, they jumped 10 spots. And now they are pretty much locked in that top 3. I think the next closest team to contest them is probably K9, K9 Anxiety and Bloody Hit. But they are fighting against Todak. I feel like they probably don't even see K9 Esports at this point of time because of how far ahead they are.
And it's a situation where you're not going to be able to do anything much at the league stages because, you know, this is all just for that flex. It's all just for an extra little bit of that prize pool that you can earn in the league stage, because at the end of the day, the top 12, they move on to the grand finals. But here's what I want to see out of Farang. Can they actually hit 3 booyahs back-to-back in day number 3 as well as day number 4, because clearly they're on the way there already.
I can tell you they can because we still have 1 more round that is even numbered. See, game 4, Farang. Game 6, Farang. So I think Alpine is going to be Farang most likely. But aside from that, right, I think the surprising ones, or at least those that we want to see get a booyah, you know, AK Khmer got a booyah, Eternal Watch and Learn got one. No Escape also kind of retaining some of that presence in this competition by landing a booyah of their own. Todak's one is very expected, but kind of just like yesterday, Todak scores a booyah, and afterwards they hover around the mid section of the pack, but they don't really show up huge, not like what Farang has done.
And I feel like that is most definitely on purpose, right? And you know, it's just Toda. There's no way in hell they have dropped in terms of performance. There's no way in hell they have dropped in terms of strategy. They've got one of the best coaches in Malaysia on their side who has got a lot of technical knowledge about the game. So this is just Toda ready to strike only when it truly matters. But at the time being, they're still doing pretty great for themselves, even though they're not one of those supreme teams out there on the battlefield fighting for that #1 spot for Geek Fam. 310 points. That's exactly what Geek Fam delivers in here as they hop on into battle in the second half of the day. 310 points. They sit down at the #1 spot. But catching up to them is Farang, the team that jumped from 13 into third place and from the third place now in the second spot. 277 points. They have peeled away from Toda very, very well here, Ski.
And the best part is they're getting close to Geek Fam. I know the numbers not really telling the full story, right? Because Farang has played 4 extra rounds compared to Geek Fam. So when Geek Fam runs their marathon, they probably would extend that lead by a mile. But the fact that we're looking at these numbers and seeing how far Farang has come really shows that Farang is the force to be reckoned with. Second most frags in the entire league. And best part of all, they are 2 placement points away from tying out with Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And Geek Fam is a team that might not be the best at surviving. Well, they always make top 5, but they have an incredible volume of kills. And that's something that Farang is trying to match up to.
And we've seen the players of Geek Fam strike hard in the past as well. So no doubt that they will be able to keep up the pressure. So it's all in the hands of Farang now to match up to that pressure and continuously show us what we deserve. And for a team that was supposedly a little bit shaky at the start of the competition, for a team that could not hold supreme consistency in here today, they are the team with the most number of booyahs so far at the league stage, with 5 to their side. Anxiety have slowly slipped down alongside their Filipino brothers, Bloody Head. K9 Esports joins the fray as well as they pick up the 6th spot for themselves, but no escape. They have been escaping from the wrath of all of the other players, and they've actually been able to play quite the great game of Free Fire so far at the league stage.
The fact that No Escape makes it to 5th place is a huge statement, right? Because they only play 4 rounds a day, so in 2 rounds they jumped, I believe, from like 8th or 9th place to 5th. Is a huge achievement, but it also kind of reinforces the point where K9 Esports and Bloody Head are definitely slipping in terms of performance. And Bloody Head, this is the marathon day, but it feels like the only thing that is happening to Bloody Head is that they are falling further and further down the overall leaderboard.
I am not sure exactly what's up with that. But, we look forward to Bloody Head stepping things right back up. Eastern Wolves Gang and Watch and Learn in the 8th and 9th spot. And as you look on the right-hand side, AQ Khmer, the only one peeling away from the Cambodian as well as Sri Lankan sides, with 165 points there and the 10th placement. The rest of them from Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka, not in the top 12 at this very moment. And we do have to highlight Orange Esports, still down there at the bottom. Not much of an improvement brought into the competition so far. Really, really struggling when it comes to those engagements, which is such a huge surprise. And they're trying to make up for all of that through their placement points, but it's just not enough to move them away from that dead last spot.
It's pretty surprising that Orange Esports has the least amount of kills in the entire league. And actually by a huge amount as well, right? I believe Archangel has 15 more kills than them. But then again, Archangel gets to play 8 rounds today, so they have one huge round, which gives them like 13 kills. So that is also a big contributor. But by the end of the day, Orange Esports should be at least able to overtake Never Stop and put themselves in 17. I know it's just a very, very tiny step forward, very insignificant. But for Orange Esports, if they don't make that happen, then we have a huge problem for this team as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, as it is with the remaining number of days, which is only 2, it is going to be tough for Orange Esports. So it's high time they started something off in here, right? We've got 2 more matches in here to go. and it's not going to get any easier for Orange Esports, who has already been struggling all throughout the competition so far. But, you know, we expect that of them nonetheless because of the quality that we know those players can bring out. I mean, if engagements are clearly so tough for them to get on into and walk away from victorious, then perhaps they should just play the game of survival and avoid all of these engagements. But it just doesn't seem to be the strategy so far from them.
Yeah, definitely not. I think Orange Esports still has some moments where they like to take those fights. In fact, you know, we saw them being really proactive, going for those pushes, going for those fights. They just could not win it. I think that is
the push into Axis Esports.
That one was atrocious. It's very hard to watch, right? Because that one was literally the best case scenario. They have an ice grenade. They were like all three members of Axis Esports were taking damage. Orange Esports runs in, and they got wiped by one member of Axis, right? I think this has been a recurring trend for Orange Esports, where you can start off really well and still lose the fight. They somehow always find a way to lose it.
Yeah, maybe the players need a raise or something. Maybe they're just making a statement out. I don't know, because it's just so weird to see Orange Esports perform in this manner. Hopefully, things will go ahead to change for them, or else somebody's gotta pay. Somebody's most definitely gotta pay in terms of not performing in the competition. Let's see exactly what all of these other teams have got in store for us, right? Because we've seen great plays, great pressure from the top teams of the competition. Mainly Farang, who are now chasing after Geek Fam for that #1 spot. Yes, they've got the most number of games in here today, but that's exactly what they need to capitalize on.
Yeah.
Use that to their advantage. They've got the momentum on top of everything else, not just from today, but from yesterday as well. So what better timing to snatch away that #1 spot? Obviously, a lot of work needs to go into it, but it's not something that's impossible.
Yeah, Farang making full use of their momentum. Making full use of that eight-round marathon. In fact, you know, just to jog our memories again, yesterday they played 8 rounds. Today they also play 8 rounds.
Yeah.
And they keep up the consistency. I think that is a very impressive feat by Farang. They did not lose any steam. They were able to keep going with what they have achieved yesterday. Of course, before the fight kicks off, I want to remind you guys that we have giveaways on every single day on the broadcast. Just remember to claim it with the code down below. Window closes at 5:30 p.m. after the broadcast, and you can only claim it if you're playing on the Singapore server. So go and do it right now. Screenshot it if you have to.
2 players on the side of Bloody Head. No guns on their backs just yet. They're not healing right back up after being down. I believe just a couple of those bandages to be played with. Jiraiya continues to put up all of that pressure. Archangels, on the other hand, as we spot them still scurrying around for loots of their own. We focus back onto Bloody Heads, who are stuck in quite the predicament. Ooh, Riptide Rhythm, perfection. But Time Turner responds by Kaloy just to survive. And he takes the fight straight up against Jiraiya, which is the worst possible thing that he could do in that situation. And Bloody Head, just like that, get kicked out in the 12th spot.
I get the idea, but it only makes sense if you have resources, right? And that's something that Bloody Head lacks. So Team Prince are getting a freebie right out of the gates. And the downward spiral of Bloody Head continues in round 7. Well, to be fair, it's already ended in round 7, but it continues on the overall leaderboard. And Team Princess gets away with Daylight Murder. And the best part is there's no other teams nearby them, so they will be completely uncontested. The only team that is being contested right now probably is going to be Axis Esports with ORV near them.
This is all thanks to No Escape taking Ski Lodge, and Bloody Head should have just stuck with their usual drop at Ski Lodge. They would have stood a much higher chance. It just looked like they were not only outplayed, but really uncomfortable to take that engagement at the outskirts of Moat House there, between Moat House as well as Steels, right? So it's just a little unfortunate for the players of Bloody Heads. When you make those final second adjustments, you just need to make do, and, you know, from the experience that I have playing Battle Royales, the worst thing that you can do for your squad is to take a brand new drop spot at that very final moment.
Yeah, like when you have to make those last minute adjustments because you saw someone heading towards a drop spot, that's where things can go horribly wrong. I'm not sure what the communication was, but you can see that Bloody Head were really just trying to force an issue that was never going to be in their favor to begin with. Todak now going for this very huge wraparound, something that they have done against AQ Khmer in the first half of the day. AQ Khmer only has a couple of containers to use as cover, so Todak might be looking to shut them down.
Fikri just munching on some mushrooms right outside the fences area here as Axis Esports slowly exposes themselves out there in the open, and Fikri has the opportunity here. Double shot does not come through. Fikri, on the other hand, repositions as Neptune just puts the pressure on all of them. Look at this, Geek Fam. Even if they do get a couple of players knocked down onto the ground, they should be able to bring them right back in. But the players of Toda, they meet AQ Khmer out in the open, and 2K opportunity. Doing Jun out of the equation already. 2K for the backup, but he himself gets knocked down by Pedro. Macton just a little too quick, and the rate of fire just a little too supreme at that spot. The rest of the players of AK Khmer run away as quickly as they can, but Toda have already done a number on them. The revival platform is going to be guarded by Toda as well, so no revivals here for AKO.
Yeah, I think that is the worst case scenario for AKO Khmer. You not only lose the fight, you not only lose the control of the territory, but that is the exact thing that you need to bring a team back. Well, they were able to find solace elsewhere.
What?
So, still happens nonetheless.
I love it. I love it, AKO. And the players of Geek Fam, on the other hand, they managed to get a knock and a kill onto Axis Esports. Rose taken out of the equation. The platform for revival, as Geek Fam were guarding it earlier on, Axis Esports now know that that's going to be a problem. They disengage. What I say, back away into a hangar. Geek Fam brings out their drone inside of the danger zone. Let's see exactly how they play this information to their side. They've got to play with a little bit of luck here as well. Running out and chasing down Axis Esports inside of the danger zone. One of the craziest things you can do.
And let's see if Orange Esports can deal with Farang.
Oh no.
I think Farang is... they are definitely ready to commit into this. You can see how Farang are posturing themselves so close to the compound. They're just getting into position. And Orange Esports making no noise, no movements. So Torm, I believe, has been spotted out by Too Bad. And to that very tiny pixel. Now Orange Esports probably also sniffing that something is up.
Nice one!
From afar, Too Bad goes down thanks to Jabat. But Jembao instantly responds to that, and Latte actually sees this commotion going on.
Come on, Latte!
He's going to pull the trigger though. He's still trying to find information. Latte sees two of them.
Come on, Latte!
On his scope. Still not pulling the trigger just yet. Latte being extremely patient with
this
this
one. Oh my lord! Too much of trigger discipline here, Husky, because I believe he can just go in for that engagement. ORV has got that high ground advantage. Lotte not taking advantage at all with all of that he has on his side. ROG Esports, as they pick up Rosso X, they have to continue to deal with the players of Farang. They do have one compound to work with in terms of defense here, though. Team Princess, they meet the players of No Escape. One Riptide Rhythm takes down one single glue wall on the side of Jiraiya, but Jiraiya erects just another one up as quickly as one went down. Kaz now from that right-hand side flank, pulling up 7 glue walls to work around with. Riptide Rhythm brought out as well, but Jiraiya has gone away. Erects yet another, plays the defense really well. Needs to pull up yet another, but uses Mother Nature instead. A flank from the right-hand side can catch Jiraiya off guard, but the backup is what's needed here from the side of Team Princess.
Yeah, the good news of Team Princess is that everyone got out and into the circle. You can say, can't really say the same for Orange Esports. And now here comes Farang, finally rushing into the compound. They've completely recovered from the early engagement. Jabat.
Orange Esports has got the opportunity to respond, but just as luck would have it, here comes Anxiety as well as the third party. Who's going to get caught out first? Who's going to take the first move in here for that battle? The players of Orange Esports have got Farang right below them as the third party, Anxiety as the fourth one. Farang not striking just yet. As they try to make their way up, they understand that Rosso X is just there, guarding those stairs. So slowly and carefully, Farang now setting up their attack. But one grenade can do all of those players of Orange Esports in. And AKO Khmer, on the other hand, just swarm RS7 like a bunch of bees and just sting him right back to the lobby. 10 more teams left on in here. Let's see exactly how those players of Orange Esports deal with Farang, because this is the first time I'm actually seeing Farang take an attack so slowly.
Yeah, and Farang just being a complete nuisance. It's running down in the first floor, and look at this one. This is going to be so messy. Vax is also pretty nearby. The ORV now taking the fight to Orange Esports. And Orange Esports taking the shorter end of the stick for sure, with Farang down in the first floor and ORV shooting at them. I think Anxiety is probably going to join in pretty soon as well. What I worry the most is that the resources
big fight.
of Orange Esports getting
look at Man 04!
already down. Man 04 in the front line. They're trying to go for the challenge. And Toda trying to getting overwhelmed by the members of Geek Fam. Raja actually gets down thanks to Spark, but Orange lands a good nade onto Pedro. As Toda runs down the members, runs out of resources. Orange takes out Spark as well. Man 04 wins the CQC. And just like what we expected out of Geek Fam, Todak stood no chance.
Not even losing a single member in that gunfight. Oren picked right back up, and Geek Fam just as solid as ever. Not even Thoda could down the Kings of Old. And now Geek Fam forging on towards that next circle. They've got 45 seconds to work this. And if they don't start moving anytime soon, they might just get caught out as they try to rotate in by the players of ORV. But Farang and Orange Esports still going at it. And too bad now finally with the Groza. Knocks Nikos down to the ground. Takes him out of the equation, but fired right back as Jesbu gets eliminated from the equation. Rosso X with a strike. Too bad. Picks up yet another player. And one by one, they trade each another back and forth. Spade hopping on in towards the house of the players of Orange Esports. But no one's asked those big questions just yet. Farang has got 3, Orange Esports with 2. And both of these teams just need to be careful because Anxiety and ORV, as they circle in towards that next safe zone, they are keeping an eye on this battle.
Yeah, Too Bad's gonna run in and out of the time turner using it as a cover, but ends up going down anyways. Tor might have just turned this around. I think it's going to be a pretty close fight.
Most definitely a close fight here. We do apologize. I think production has just encountered a small little error here in terms of grabbing these clips. Don't think it's a glitch in the game. I think it is our recording system that has gone out of whack for a little bit, but we will be able to return into the game in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Do bear with us as we hop on right back to cam.
It was a very anticlimactic moment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is exactly what you have to face when you are in the digital world. Sometimes some things do go wrong.
Still trying to... I'm still wondering like who won that one.
Yeah.
Because I feel like...
We're going back
we're going to get an answer right now. We're going to get an answer right now. Who...
Orange is still here. Farah goes out. My God! I cannot believe we missed that. How did Orange Esports do it, Husky? I tell you, of all times, internet. Let's go. Orange Esports now with Tom all alone surviving this after that crazy fight with the players of Farang. Now have to deal with a full squad of Anxiety as he goes on to look for the next circle. Talk about anxiety, man. I mean, not the team, but the anxiety that Orange Esports feels. And of course, Flame does the number, takes out the final player. Archangel's eliminated in the 7th spot as well. And all of that chaos continues to ensue in what can be said as a very slow day. And not surprised, technically, after the great shuffle, a lot of these teams want to be as careful as they can be.
Yeah, and I do, well, it's a good news. It's good news that Orange Esports won against Farang, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still very unfortunate they got knocked out so early. Axis East was Neptune able to bring his teammates back to life, but you see Anxiety, Chessman, just laying out all the pressure, and he's actually getting shot from behind as well. Axis Esports having someone on an odd angle doing that dirty work, doing all the sniping work. 6 teams left in the lobby. And Anxiety so far, no luck in getting those kills in. Geek Fam, full squad, barreling forward into Team Princess. 6 kills on the board. And they want to add 4 more to the tally. The nade is getting tossed out by Ori. Man 04 again! Completely furious with his rush. The time turner's used just to block the frag grenades, but not the ice grenades. They still get knocked down. Oren able to down Jiraiya in the meantime. 2 fights happening simultaneously, and Geek Fam is winning both of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And AK Khmer taking advantage from the back, but Geek Fam will be able to finish off Team Princess and at the same time find a knock onto AK Khmer as well. Impressive display of aggression by the Kings of All here, Geek Fam. Now, as they continue pushing on in, Anxiety spotted out. Still in here with the full squad. not taking an aggressive stance in this matchup at all. Only 2 kills to their name so far. Get into an engagement. Shahid put down onto the ground, and Axis Esports face the wrath of anxiety. But back up from the rest of the players from the side of Axis Esports. Knocks down the glue wall of Chessmen, but nothing's going to stop this guy. Barba, on the other hand, is an easy picking for Fikri from afar. His AWM is as spicy as ever.
Yeah, and ORV now getting pushed, but they're still holding on. Pretty solid in terms of their defense. Finally netting the first kill. Axis Esports probably having to call this off. Unfortunately, it's nothing much that they can do. As Neslu is, it's not the last member of AKO Khmer being barricaded by a ton of glue walls.
I don't know if or not Heng intended this to happen, but the guy is just stuck in a very, very rough spot now. ORV trying to hunt him down. Blue Zone potentially going to finish off AKO Khmer. ORV not backing away, and they waited long enough. So Mocha can find that final kill point. Anxiety, on the other hand, being dropped one after the other. Geek Fam engages with them. Fikri as well as Orin. That combination takes out 2 players from the side of Anxiety, leaving Toby all alone. Fikri, AWM once again.
Wow.
Through the glue wall. Puts Toby out of the equation.
Geek Fam against ORV, and right off the bat, Mocha is already down. And it's going to be relentless. Orange, look at that, just spearheads the entire team. He's just running down ORV. And lastly, he's going to run circles around here. Orange to tank the blue zone, but not that it matters too much. In the blink of an eye, Geek Fam didn't even need to try to win this one. They've already got it in the back. Booyah for the fam.
I have no idea how they pulled that off without dropping a single moment of aggression, right? This was just back-to-back engagements for the players of Geek Fam. But the biggest factor in here, or the biggest matchup that I wanted to see earlier on, was between Orange Esports as well as Farah. For a team that had been struggling for quite a while, I have no idea how they managed to turn the tide around Farah, who had a lot of assistance from other teams who were pressuring Orange Esports, and they were still the ones who were on top by the time we got back to them.
Maybe that's the trick, right? Maybe, you know, many teams couldn't beat Farang, but the most unsuspecting one could. Even then, it came down to the wire, right?
Yeah.
And Farang losing out is one of those rounds where it's an odd number round.
Yeah.
So it's understandable, you know, why they lost that.
Fair enough, man. Good point. Odd number round, I guess that's exactly how the magic works. Orange Esports, although they did win that gunfight, getting out of the defensive compound was a totally different story. They got eaten up either way. But of course, it is going to be a tough fight for Orange Esports all around. That is something that we did anticipate. So it's good to see them at the very least take a good fight against Farang and walk away the victors. Hopefully we see them make those adjustments in those future matches. But as how this game first started off, it was quite the early takedown of Toda in the hands of Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Geek Fam went full on aggressive on Todak and just individually challenged them. And that's one of the few things that I think Raja brings to Geek Fam. And when Phoenix is playing, we see Mano4 get kind of relegated to those long-range supports. But when Raja is playing, Mano4 always runs in first. And when Mano4 is in your face, he wins most of the fights.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what allows Geek Fam to not to not miss a single beat. And that's what also allows Geek Fam to be this hyper-aggressive beast that you just cannot prepare yourself enough for.
Yeah, Anxiety, they were quite busy to take, they were on the way of taking out Axis Esports, and Geek Fam caught them in the middle of that engagement and took full advantage, taking them out of the equation, and then later on, of course, sorting out ORV. But as you can see, even though ORV picks up the second spot, they drop all the way down to the 5th placement in here because only 2 kills overall, and all of the other teams did quite stellar in terms of picking up those kills. Anxiety moving up to the 2nd place here through the 5 kills that they pick up, but Geek Fam hitting that 3-0 with 18 kills and that booyah, Husky.
Yep, the previous round Farang has 33 and Geek Fam was like, I want to match that, and then bagged themselves 30. It was a slow round, not just for Farang, Aishe, also for Toda. Both teams getting only 4 points in this round number 7. But the worst of all is Bloody Head with 0 points.
I mean, I don't know what's up with Bloody Head, but they most definitely seem to be a little off their game, not a little, very much off their gameplay in here today. I mean, picking up average 10 points, not the usual bloody head that we know, and now bombing out with absolutely nothing on their side. Because of that final second switch of drop spot, I think they could have just committed against the players of No Escape and walked away a little bit better if they had just gone in there and picked up the usual drop spot. But, you know, anything can change in matches like this, and sometimes you just have to live with the decisions that we make. But Archangels, good to see them continue play the placement points advantage for themselves, but not enough of surviving Archangels. I think we need a little bit more. When I say game of survival, I mean like literally get the top 3 spots.
And I think they are struggling, maybe because the change of groups as well, right? Ever since Group C came into the picture, it's a bit harder for Archangel to kind of sneak around because a lot of people from Group C are hellhounds. They sniff you out. Fan will fight you, Anxiety will fight you, Orange will fight you. But you can win that. So far, we haven't seen that happen. But Archangel definitely, maybe also feeling a bit of that burnout from yesterday. It's a very, very tough spot to be in, to have one full day of getting beaten down 8 rounds in a row and having to do it all over again. Though, even though they have that one, I believe, 13 kill, that one breakout round, but that group change definitely affected them in some way.
Yeah, and if it affected Bloody Head just needs to ask themselves, how could it not affect AKO Khmer? Because here's AKO Khmer in, you know, one of the best days of the league stage for themselves, performing quite consistently, picking up points round after round through placements, through those kills, and Bloody Head themselves cannot match up to AKO Khmer. So that's going to be something that the team truly needs to worry about, but hopefully they bring those adjustments as well as those fixes before it is too late for them.
Yeah, and I think for Bloody Head, back to a drawing board they go, right? I don't think they will lose their spot in the top 12
that's
for
not
sure.
bad,
But it's slightly concerning. If their goal is to make grand finals, I think they've achieved that. But to completely lose your momentum from that top 3 and now to be like 8th place, 7th, 8th place, I think that's something that they need to think about. What has been going wrong? Because obviously their roles are very defined.
Correct.
But for some reason, they are making some questionable decisions, especially the one against Team Princess, where they were just forcing an issue that would never end well.
Yeah, and you know, I guess that was already because they were kind of pushed back into a spot where they didn't have much resources. They couldn't pick up more guns for themselves. They couldn't do anything. The best decision to make at that point was to just stake all of your bets onto one engagement and hope for the best, right? But we saw exactly how that ended.
It reminds me of those movies or shows, wartime shows, where like you have nothing left and you just throw your body and you just hope for the best.
Yeah.
That kind of feels like it.
Yeah, it's not a movie though, Bloody Head, so it didn't go their way. But you know, that's just one of those situations where teams do encounter out there on the battlefield.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if we've seen teams with the capability of Farang to bring in the adjustment, I mean, yes, it's not night and day, but there is a huge difference between the quality of Farang and Bloody Head. But Bloody Head have shown us that they can bring those improvements into the competition. And this is just the negative side of that, right? They have kind of just slacked off a little bit. Once again, I'm not so sure why. Maybe because they had quite a number of breakout rounds in the first 3 days, and they already achieved something so strong for themselves in terms of overall placement. And this is what happens when, I guess, you rest on your laurels a little bit too much. So it's time to kick it back up into high gear, I guess.
That could be a reason, right, where you just feel a bit comfortable with your result and you end up deciding to lay back a bit too much on your hammock, and then everyone just runs past you. Kind of like the story of the tortoise and the hare, right? It might be just like that, but I think for Bloody Head, there's still time for them to work on it simply because they are in a very comfortable spot. Maybe come grand finals, we'll see a different side of them. And you know, with all this front runner race happening, I think towards the end of the day, it's also fair for us to look at what's happening on the second page of the leaderboard. Because I think a lot of things are already starting to shape up on that side as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. And on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, the one team that I definitely want to, you know, bring the spotlight on is AKO Khmer. Because they're quite close to making the break onto the left-hand side, right? Because there's one more matchup for them. And that might just happen for them. Let's take a look and see exactly what happens at the final matchup of the day. We head on into Alpine. This is going to be the last game for Group A in terms of their marathon. They've run in here for 8 back-to-back matches with the players doing pretty well for themselves, especially AKO Khmer, I have to say. I didn't expect them to be able to hit such a stride so early on. But ORV didn't expect Chill to bring out his katanas.
Yeah, they hit the ground and then got sliced into ribbons by Chill. Only lost one.
Anxiety.
But Anxiety on the other end. So against AKO Khmer, that is the team that has had a long day and just about to taste the wrath of Chessman. So 2 fights happening on the exact same side, and it feels like AKO Khmer is already losing out on that mini screen down there. Todak winning theirs against ORV. Getting very clear winners. Yeah, AKO Khmer has already abandoned their teammate. Actually, no, they're still around. That's the high tier loot zone as well. See, very interesting interaction. Decision from AKO Khmer, and Todak able to find the members of ORV. There's 3 down. And ORV only left with 1. Unfortunately, though, I don't think he can get away.
Yeah, and it looks like the players of AKO Khmer are left with 1 as well, because Do Ming Jun had an opportunity to get away from that spot, but instead he goes back in for the re-engagement. Down in numbers. No idea what was running through his mind, but that could have just been the distraction gameplay, because we do not have any information on the final player from the side of AKO Khmer. So Do Ming Jun could have just pulled off the biggest distraction of his career. Claim now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because you guys also can pull off one of the best skins of your Free Fire run in here. Every single time I bring in a pretty skin into the games, it gives me extra frames per second. Husky, I kid you not.
I understand. It's called a skin buff, right?
Yes,
your
absolutely.
shots land more often, you take less damage, you win more games.
Yes. Auto booyah, bro.
Auto, that's how it is.
Yeah, auto
that's how it
booyah.
should work.
And one big reason, I guess, Bloodyhead's not really getting a lot of the kills is because we have just thrown on the generic skins for them. So although they're quite fancy on the battlefield, they look as normal as ever. Let's hope Bloodyhead can find a couple of adjustments in this round, this time, for themselves, as they hold on to a compound that is quite far away from everybody else, and the closest ones to them could be No Escape, as the players of Bloodyhead, when they try to move on into Riverside, the rotation from Fusion might just catch them off guard.
I just realized that Anxiety, they held off Vantage and they wipe they almost wipe AKO Khmer, but Anxiety are in a very comfortable spot, no contention at all. They force AKO Khmer to vacate from that premise. No Escape as well, just having a very, very solid start at Fusion. Again, uncontested area. The one I'm worried about is definitely Neslu.
Oh, nice.
But he just found a revival point, so he should be able to bring the rest of the team back after a very, very painful start by running to Toda.
Do Ming Jun is back in play, and it looks like it's not a revival point that Heng has found, but actually one of those buy points. So a good recovery, at least, to bring Do Ming Jun back into the fray. But let's see what else they can pull off. ORV still in the middle of revival here. Bloodyhead flies straight into the hands of No Escape, and there is no escape when you're in such a situation. Up there with the glue walls all pulled out, Shanks loses his life, but Kaloy, with the help of that time turner, manages just to recover just a little bit. The rest of the players from the side of Bloodyheads now, Mark as well as Kaloy, the duo, as they try to catch out iPens, things seem to be impossible because No Escape has got this whole compound surrounded.
And Mark getting backstabbed by Kaz, the duo a bit off angle. And No Escape trying to really breach through this area where Bloodyheads have kind of somehow made home for themselves. Kaz getting a good entry. Mark going down, Bloodyhead pretty much evacuating this area. There's no one left behind except for Kaloy. Bloodyhead won't be out by the end of this engagement.
Oh, man.
But they will definitely lose 2 members.
That's a little bit unfortunate for the players of Bloodyhead, and it looks like they are not going to get eliminated just yet, all thanks to Morgana, who chose to hang back as long as possible. And now he is going to just drive on his way towards one of those revival points. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out by anyone. And if they do, they get one free kill on their side. Archangel straight into the compound of No Escape. And this might just put No Escape in quite the predicament because they haven't really had time to loot up once again and recover their resources here after that engagement with Bloody Head. But Kaz just strikes Roma down. And it looks like that an M4 is more than enough for him to do exactly that. Roma has no backup. And here comes one as Too Bad gets brought right back in here by the side of Jembal. Farang will solidify their ranks once again with the 4-man push. Roma running out of time. Joker put down onto the ground as well. Things don't seem to be turning out well for the Archangels.
Yeah, certainly not, because Leda is already out. He is so far away from that fight, knowing that it has already ended the moment that Kaz got that first knockdown. And meanwhile, on the other hand, Todak against Farang again. Todak left with 2 members. Spark in the red was able to win against Jembao. And his Chill was able to make that happen. Spark finally goes down. Too Bad gets the kill off. And now it's Chill against 2 members of Farang. Spade turning around the corner. Chill shows up. Gets a good double pump onto Too Bad. And Chill doesn't become the hero. Space this time wins out and keeps Farang in the game. But Team Princess shows up.
Yep, Team Princess about to pick up the final pieces here. They heard all of those gunshots. They don't know who's doing the fighting out there, but they don't care. They just want to come on in and be the third party to finish things off. Can they now pull off the greatest execution here? It looks like Farang, they are bringing their team members right back in, 1 man at a time, and immediately backing away from this compound. And Team Princess does not take advantage at all. I mean, I understand the passive play from the side of Team Princess. I understand how they don't want to get super aggressive, but there was a free one that was just lost right there.
Yeah, so very lucky for Farang.
Oh, into the hands of
that,
Orange.
but Too Bad has already got gunned down again as Orange Esports. The kryptonite for Farang, but thankfully when Jespo got brought back, he went all the way to the western side, which has a revival point. So if anything happens, he can bring the rest of his team back and give Farang a 3rd chance in this round.
Let's see what Orange Esports now can do as they're stuck in the danger zone, but inside of the circle, so not a lot of problem here to deal with. Archangels gets taken out by Anxiety's Dyren. So good play for Anxiety. Unfortunate for the Archangels, as after picking up 5 points from the previous round, they get pretty much nothing from this one. Farang, on the other hand, with 2 more surviving players, finally will engage with the Princess. And Team Princess, Jiraiya, with the beautiful glue wall pull down in front, unfortunately cannot catch up with Spade. Spade pulls out the Woodpecker just to tag up a player, but to no avail. Jimmy Neo now with that backstab. Glue wall taken down. Jimmy Neo, oh my lord, takes him down, but Spade with a backup. And he puts the one and only Jimmy Neo down onto the ground. And unfortunately for Farang, the numbers just too much on the side of Team Princess.
Yep, they take away some resources from Jimmy Neo. Not that it matters though. They will just loot it up off of him. Thankfully, we did see Jesbu when he got revived. You know, again, went very far away. So he will be able to bring the rest of Farang back. It's a saving grace for the team for sure. They say the same for AKO, Khmer as well, Orange Esports. So far, not made any contact, and they haven't really left this area at Militia. Just holding on, is making sure they have all the resources that they need. They got 2 vehicles that they can work with. So I don't think they're too worried about making those long rotations. In fact, Orange Esports taking a more patient approach to this game. And No Escape in the meantime, getting gunned down by Orin from GeekFam.
Anxiety just bagging all of these back-to-back knocks here. Oh, and Barba himself gets sprayed down. Error7 with a good backup. And he manages to get the assistance of iPants to drop Droby as well. AC84 the strike. And Anxiety just like that. They scurry off for a defensive position. They just picked on the wrong team who had a great defense. But now No Escape themselves with all of those gunshots have managed to pull in the attention of GeekFam. But Orin rushed on in a little bit too fast. Back up from Raja. Mag 7 in hand. Raja himself unable to do much. Calls in the backup from Fikri, who gets there on time. And all of those players from the side of GeekFam recover as quickly as they found the players of No Escape. Error 7, the final surviving member of No Escape, rotating away, but potentially straight into the hands of Farang.
Yeah. And on the meantime, Team Princess has just ran into Bloody Head. See how Bloody Head deals with this though. There is a buy point nearby, not that it matters too much. Really hit. Have their manpower spread out. Gonna deal with Team Princess. Both teams occupying an equally spacious compound. No one's wanted to budge just yet. In fact, Anxiety on the other hand, they actually brought Dyron in for the last, I think for the second, for today. We saw him just take down one of the members from Geek Fam. But thus far, we're getting a minor standoff between Bloody Hit and Team Princess. Jimmy did get tagged by the name, but not down just yet. So Morgana finally nails it.
Morgana with a solid grenade. Jimmy Neo taken out of the equation, and that's the start to the end potentially here for Team Princess, unless they can bag Morgana, who gets super aggressive but has the MAC-10 in hand. The rate of fire out of that gun is just insane, but it does not manage to knock Jiraiya down just yet. Pulls out the beat, gets the extra boost in speed, and a well-placed grenade now can end Jiraiya. Tags him up just a little bit. Finisher not there just yet. Jiraiya! And Morgana strikes once again. The Grenadier this time from the side of Bloody Head.
I think Team Princess, the round is probably going to be done pretty soon. Morgana gets knocked down. 2 members on Bloody Head on the ground is the Mika boy. Can he at least keep this alive? Shanks kicked down, and maybe I'm wrong. Bloody Hit.
What?
Gonna botch this entire fight where they had a 2 versus 4, but now it's a 1 versus 2 in the favor of Team Princess. A horrible outcome to what seems like to be an advantageous position.
Nice.
And of course, Mark is able to get a snipe, but he's not waiting for the finisher. Takes a better point as well. Mika boy gets a purchase. Does have a 4 nades in the hand, and Mark gotta be careful. That nade coming right through the window. Mark able to avoid that, but Mika boy is just bombarding him with grenades, and that one connects, and Bloody Hits are out.
Oh, Mika boy, good grenade play coming through to take the Grenadier himself out of the equation. Farang strikes back, Raja taken out of the equation. Jimmy Neo brought back by the one and only Mika boy. So many of those big engagements happening out there on the battlefield, and Anxiety still alive and kicking in here, surprisingly, after that engagement they took earlier on. The whole squad got kicked out, and Orange Esports still playing the game of survival as Toby now brings Barba and Chessman back. Anxiety are once again in with a full squad.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Anxiety. You can say the same for Farang as well. Orange Esports still has full squad now in top 8. But of course, Farang are kind of out in the open. Jesbu under heavy fire from Orange Esports, and Jabat nails him. And unfortunately for Farang, they just don't have any cover to work with. And they have no one to go for any retrieval mission. It seems like this is going to be the resting place for Farang as Orange Esports just overwhelms them with numbers. Farang will be left with only 1 member after this, and that's going to be too bad.
Jesbu says goodbye as he returns to the lobby. The rest of the players from the side of Orange Esports looking for yet another player from the side of Farang. Too bad. Just behind the boulder, Orange Esports spots another up top on the roof right in front of them in the name of Barba. Not attacking just yet. Geek Fam, on the other hand, surviving with Man 04. Needs to play this really smart. The game of survival purely. Although they've got the mechanical capability, they don't have the numbers to take this all the way. Boyloy, on the other hand, runs away out of the container straight into 3 players of the side of Axis Esports. Anxiety, oh my lord!
What?
High ground advantage by Chessman, and that's a very rare thing that you see. Chessman himself getting knocked down onto the ground. Barba, opportunity, AWM, not able to take Neptune out of the equation just yet. Neptune is literally on fire out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, and Anxiety, they need to retrieve Chessman as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Chessman was pressured from 2 different angles. He did not know the Axis was behind him. That's how he lost all of that health in an instant. And too bad, because perishes in the hands of Orange Esports again. Maybe Orange Esports is the kryptonite to Farang. 2 rounds in a row. This is a Geek Fam having a very rough one themselves. I think it's safe to say that Geek Fam probably will not make it as far as we wanted them to. Chessman will need to heal back up before continuing this fight. A very populated area on this perimeter of the circle. I believe 3 different teams are around here as Barba gets down.
High time for Anxiety to step things right back up here. They haven't really been showing up in a convincing fashion, for the first 2 rounds that they jumped on in for round number 5 and 6. In the previous round, they managed to scratch and claw their way up to the top, only to be pushed into the 2nd spot after Geek Fam took a dominating run in round 7, picking up 30 points. But Anxiety, this is their opportunity as Jabat drops Du Ming Jun. Anxiety has the opening here to go into engage with Axis Esports, but as they bring 1 player back into the fray, Axis Esports gets a little bit of an extra opportunity to reposition out of the compound held on here by the players of Anxiety. Orange Esports runs away, long rotation into the circle. This is one of the best plays from Orange Esports.
Yep, 8 kills in the back. If Orange Esports looking to end today with on a good note, sees the member of AKO come in again, starts firing at them. That is going to alert Axis Esports, but Axis Esports can take this opportunity to make life hard for AKO commit as well as that goes down 2k. It's an easy secure for them. 9 kills thus far for Orange Esports. There's still one team that is not really involved in this, and I believe that team is Anxiety, who are right behind Axis Esports and now getting pelted by bullets. But it's actually from Orange Esports that does that. Jabat getting 2 knockdowns in a row. And this really seems like an Axis Esports game, AJ. Orange.
Yeah, and Orange Esports now opportunity. Hang right from the back, has got the vector in hand, but DCOS, MSMC, ice grenade as well as Jabat. Jabat unfortunately takes DCOS out of the equation, puts him down onto the ground. Hang eliminated, Jabat recovers. DCOS needs to be picked up before the players of Axis Esports come in here to ask those big questions. Grenade being tossed into the fray. Axis Esports now making the approach, but Tom has got that one and only grenade launcher which can decimate those squads in a blink of an eye, and Axis Esports is no exception to that rule. Grenade after grenade, Tom tosses in, even without bringing the grenade launcher into play just yet here, Husky.
Yeah, and look at all that pressure. Look at Axis though, they're using the glue wall, they're wrapping around the
nice
corner, and Tom nails it! That is the grenade launcher that you've been pointing out. Very well done from the side of Orange Esports, and Tom pulls out the Uzi to find 2 more. And Axis Esports now in the brink of defeat. Jabat pushes forward, needing to win this out. Orange Esports, they've been doubted for so long. Woo! And Neptune shuts them down. It is just not meant to be.
It is not meant to be indeed, but for Axis Esports, a team that has most definitely been riddled with those up and down performances, this is a good booyah to strike. But it is good to see as well Orange Esports make their way into that final circle. They got so close, and it could have been in the hands of Tom, and it was a tremendous performance from the guy, you know, with those crazy knocks that he got on the grenade launcher as well as the Uzi on that 180 spin. But Axis Esports still had everything under control towards those final moments, Husky.
You know what's poetic, AJ? Last round, Axis, 2 rounds ago, Axis also wiped out Orange Esports. It was Orange Esports who were on the aggression.
Yeah.
This time the stakes were a bit higher. It was for the booyah. And Axis Esports just proved that they are the better team in the situation. And Orange Esports, unfortunately, despite they did have a really good round, but somehow still managed to lose a fight when they have to lead.
They lost the fight with multiple grenades in their hands as well as the grenade launcher, and that's something that you usually don't see as well. The team that usually brings in the grenade launcher to that final circle grabs the win unless they take themselves out with the grenade launcher. So, but you know, it wasn't the case this time round. Tom started off great, but the finisher, the backup from the rest of the team members, that's what we didn't see. Tom was the playmaker for Orange Esports then.
Yeah, and Neptune was the playmaker for Axis, right? And he was the one who held off Orange Esports last time, which was 2 rounds ago. So I guess some things were just faded, and Orange Esports not getting the booyah was one of them today.
Neptune also was the main reason why Anxiety lost control of their defensive spot. The one and only Chessman got knocked down by Neptune first, and then he was pressuring his support player who had the AWM in one of those buildings. Not so sure exactly which play that was, but you know, so much being done by this one and only supreme player, Neptune, on the side of Axis Esports. But at the end of the day, it was that teamwork that counted for the most, right? And Orange Esports, unfortunately, didn't really bring in the better teamwork to that final circle.
Yeah, and I do love how Axis Esports approached that, right? As you know, our eyes were locked on Orange Esports and the utilities that they had, but Axis Esports made such quick moves that they were able to overwhelm Orange Esports in a blink of an eye. But we also have some moments, right? You know, Farang going down to Orange Esports again, and you know, Bloody Hair getting some very sick nades. But this was one of the fights where Axis Esports just refuses to go down. Mika Boy also showing up huge, having his own moment when they fall up against Bloody Head.
Yeah, and you know, as the players of Bloody Head tried to go out there and shut down Team Princess, Mark, the one thing he did not expect in that very final moment was a grenade out of Team Princess, right? And that just caught him a little bit off guard. If it wasn't for the grenade, if it was just that one-on-one gunfight between them, Mark should have been able to wrap that up because he was dancing between those two windows quite well. And this was that final engagement between Orange Esports as well as Axis. But even though Axis Esports picks up the booyah, they could not oust the players of Orange Esports just yet. Orange Esports snatches away that #1 spot through the 14 kills that they pick up in this round. And this is the first time Orange Esports is hitting this hard after 4 days of play in the final round of day 4.
Oh yes, this is the very first time we see them have even a first place finish, right?
Yeah.
By the end of the round with more than 10 kills. Of course, they didn't get the booyah because Axis Esports took it away. But nonetheless, for Orange Esports, it's kind of a minor milestone for the team. Though the question still remains, can Orange Esports carry on this performance that they've set for themselves today? This is standard into the last 2 days, because if they don't, nothing would matter.
And, you know, a couple of those big teams bombing out super early. Geek Fam as well as Toda in the 8th and 9th spot, each of them making 7 and 6 points for themselves. And, you know, it was just that sort of a round in here today, right? And that provided teams like Orange Esports access to climb up towards that, final circle and make such a good play. And once again, if it wasn't for Neptune from the side of Axis Esports knocking down Chessmen from Anxiety, things could have gone south for all of the teams out there, because the position held on by Chessmen with the AWM in hand, it was the best spot and it was the best gun in his hands. He could have done so much of damage.
Yeah, but with all that being said, Anxiety netting themselves 15 points. It's a pretty decent finish, right? They were pressured from two different teams. They were obviously facing off against Axis, but I believe there was a separate team that saw them, and Chessmen was obviously not prepared for that. Either way, I think Axis Esports had a fantastic round. That was one of those teams where yesterday they got the first booyah and they completely faded into oblivion. But at least for today, they ended it on a very high note.
Absolutely, man. And of course, overall, Axis Esports are still fighting for their lives, fighting to squeeze themselves into the top 12, as we saw in the overall leaderboard earlier on. But in the map recap, we can see that Toda, they picked up a great booyah when we opened up the day. But from then on, it wasn't a booyah-worthy squad based on their performances. But they did manage to get themselves a couple of podium finishes. AKO Khmer making Cambodia proud by picking up booyah number 2. It was Eternal Watch and Learn, the team that has been steadily climbing up the leaderboard by adjusting the way they approach some of these matches. But it's still not entirely enough just yet from the squad. We still need to see more out of them. Farang bagging a double booyah in the 4th as well as 6th game. Unfortunate for them, because we were predicting that they were going to take game 8 as well, based on the even and odd predictions. But, it just didn't go their way here, Aski.
Yeah, shut down in game 7 and 8 by Orange Esports. Well, No Escape also got a booyah. Game 5, Geek Fam got in game 7. And we end the day with Axis Esports netting a booyah for themselves as well. But there are definitely some moments where that is not highlighted on the booyah screen. Archangel having a breakout round, Orange Esports having their own breakout round.
AQ.
But this is the overall standing. Geek Fam still in first place, but AQ Khmer, just like you said, AJ, they break through to the first page.
Bro, and that is just with a difference of 2 points. AQ Khmer, what a play! And that's just so much of effort turning out and being shown out there on the leaderboard in terms of results, right? And really going the distance for the Cambodian side. AQ Khmer, this must be such a proud moment for them. 92 from the placements, 92 from the kills. This team most definitely ones we have to keep our eye on. And in fact, it was one of the teams that we did have our eye on from the very start of the day. Farang managing to hop one position from the 3rd into 2nd. And not only, that sounds like it's not much, but look at the distance they've managed to put between themselves and Toda, who were trying to play catch-up as well.
Yeah, and especially when both of them are in the same group and they both play 8 rounds. This is a huge statement from Farang that they currently are better than Toda. Anxiety only play 4 rounds, but the fact that they only play 4 rounds and they're 3 points behind Toda tells a very compelling story that Toda is not having a good day. At least for today, the fact that they played 8 rounds, we expect a bit more from them. No Escape in 5th place. Bloody Head squeezing it back up to 6th. K9 Esports drops down a bit, but I think it is not indicative of K9's esports ability because Bloody Head had played 4 extra rounds compared to K9. On the second page, I think Team Princess moved out a bit. Diversity Gaming struggling for sure. Orange Esports able to get their last round where they put some distance between them, never stopped. But Archangel still able to kind of bring some consistency into the game, and it all went back to the placement points.
And it's good to see Orange Esports kind of taking that step up above Never Stop as well. I was quite worried that, you know, they might not make it up, but with that solid booyah that they picked up for themselves, obviously was more than enough, right? Diversity Gaming, they seem to have slipped into quite the slump because when things started off, Diversity Gaming looked like the better team out of Cambodia, Husky.
Oh yeah, they definitely did, right? They come in and they were just fighting every other team. They did not care at all. Maybe that is the same thing that brought to that downfall, because right now Diversity Gaming were the team that was running away from fights, that was not able to win all that, and playing defensively. And with that being said, this will be the schedule for Week 3 Day 1, which will be the last week of our group stage. This happens next Saturday. We start with Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and Alpine, and we do it all over again for the second time. 8 rounds per day, but it is Group B that needs to step up onto the main stage, where they will play all 8 rounds. The first 4 against Group A, and the last 4 against Group C.
Absolutely, and of course, as Group B is put to the test, we will see exactly who are the teams out there challenged. And, you know, like Husky said, next week is going to be the final week of the league stage, which means on Sunday, it's going to be day 3, right? And that's the day where we will see Group C once again run their marathon. It has been an absolute spectacular ride so far because of what the teams have been able to pull out there on the battlefield, right? It has been so crazy to think and watch all of these teams make the difference out there. Even Supreme teams seem to really stand no chance at times. Like, for example, Farang kind of bombing out in a couple of those rounds. It shows the quality of what we have in the competition, but with the quality that Farang brings in as well, as quickly as they drop down, they hop right back up.
There's a lot of uncertainties on who is going to not only finish first in the group stage, but also make it to top 12 because of the format we have, right? Like, we cannot know the exact numbers until the very last round finish because it's always going to be uneven due to the whole marathon thing that's going on, which I think is fine. You know, I enjoy the suspense a lot. Not that we don't get that back then, but this one feels a bit more
balanced.
A bit more balanced out, for sure. So next Saturday, we get Group B running the marathon, and then on Sunday, Group C will run it for the last time, and then we will find out our top 12 teams. And it's crazy that we are already near the end of the group stage.
Absolutely, man. And like you said, right, a couple of days shorter in terms of the total league stage, but you kind of pointed out a very important point. The number of matches overall during the league doesn't change. That's because how many maps we play within a day has been increased to 8 with the addition of Alpine in here. And Alpine, you know, on week 1, it was that map that was giving some of these underdogs the opportunity, but the big dogs have also found a way to sneak themselves right back into the play at Alpine.
Yeah, the fact that these teams have some time to prepare for it and they're figuring out how to really work Alpine out, it really spices the competition up so much more. But with that being said, we have reached the end of week number 2 of our group stage. We have 1 week left to go, so that begins next Saturday and Sunday, same time, where Group B and Group C will run the last leg of the marathon, and we find out who the top 12 teams is to qualify for the grand finals. But until then, my name is Husky. He's the Mustachio AJ. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, wish you guys a happy Sunday. Stay safe out there. We will see you guys next weekend.
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Belok kiri.
Oh, okey, Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi
Ada orang.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit